And if you look into the economy of South Africa today, it is concentrated in very few economic centers. You can count it's Gauteng, Western Cape, more especially the city of Cape Town. Then it will be eThekwini. Then there will be a little bit in Port Elizabeth. Then that's it. That's the economy. Now, if you are to say then we must just focus there, we'll never change the economy. Then we said, now if you look into the endowments of this area, one, we have got the longest coastline from Port Elizabeth up to MTHATHA in the Eastern Cape. And if you look into this coastline and you then compare with the West Coast, you will see that in the West Coast, there is a lot of economic activity along the coast. And you can see that the coast is being exploited for economic benefit for the people. But if you look into the coastline, Wild Coast up to MTHATHA, and then even up to eThekwini, you will see there is very little economic activity. Hence then the concept of Eastern Seaboard Development was conceived. To say we have got a huge economic endowment in the form of the coast, in the form of the land, in the form of the people, that if we are to focus on it, we can reset the economy. So the concept then of Eastern Seaboard is mainly to deal and address the apartheid spatial injustice that currently exists in our country. And it is about a comprehensive synergies between the local municipalities, the 4 districts that you see here, as well as the 2 provinces, and then plus private sector, to say if we are to harness these spaces and work as one, we can really turn around the issue of the economy in this country. Then if you look into the locality in terms of the area we're targeting, it's quite big. And I'm sure people might say, how do you develop such a big space at once? Is it really possible? There are studies that we've done where similar developments were initiated. If you go to Russia, there is a city called Sochi. It's a similar development. It's the longest city currently in the world, about 150 kilometers. And what they did was to realize the fact that they've got the longest coastline like we have. And there were a number of small towns in between that were not really making much in terms of economy of Russia. But they were deliberate to say if we were to connect these cities and develop them as one, as a region, it can turn around the economy of Russia forever. And today you have got Sochi, which is one of the best cities in the country, which is one of the cities that currently, it recently hosted Olympics in Russia. It's a beautiful city. And if you look into the scenery there and our scenery, almost the same. So we said we have got to do the same in South Africa. It can be done. It has been done elsewhere. Hence, you see the fact that we said we're going to focus on the OR Tambo, Alfrenzo, Ugu, and Alfrenzo. Because these 4 districts, you cannot really separate them in terms of linkages. They are interlinked both in terms of the culture, in terms of the people, as well as in terms of boundaries who are very linked to one another. And we cannot compete, rather. Let's see how we can harness our endowments and take advantage of these economic linkages. So what is the principles that we said must inform this development? Was one, we are talking about what is called polycentric development or multinodal development. where you will have a Port St. John's, beautiful, it's an economic node on its own. We have got Coffee Bay, beautiful, it's an economic node on its own. We have got Mkambati, we have got Makwa, we have got Tolobeni, we have got Margate, we have got Kokstad. And then you said, but if you want to maximize impact in the economy of these areas, we have got to find ways of developing them as one. In other words, ensure that they don't compete amongst themselves. Instead, they complement each other in terms of what needs to be done and so forth. I've heard, for instance, the acting executive mayor of Alfrenzo saying there is a plan for a small harbor in Bizana. And you see that there is the same plan for a small harbor in Port St. John's. There's the same plan for a small harbor in Margate. And I say it cannot work. Now, if you want to then develop this area, we have got to say, where must we have a harbor in this region? And then if we agree that the harbor has got to be in Port St. John's, all of us will say the harbor must be in Port St. John's. Then in terms of the value chain to build a harbor, where must we do components for the harbor? Where must we do this? And we say, okay, let's do this in Mizana. Let's do this in Market. Let's do this in... So this is what this is all about. It's to ensure that there is no competition amongst ourselves and we end up duplicating where we're supposed to really complement and maximize potential. Hence, we are talking about this regional development that's going to be a polycentric development. And we're saying one of the key features, it must be African. Minister spoke here about the need for Africans, especially women, to own the economy, to be equal participants in this economy. And we're saying this city must actually drive that. And one of the key elements, again, is the equity and equality and the sustainability through renewable energy, as well as the issue of localization of material and the procurement. And we're saying, if we are to ensure ownership, we've got to make sure that we build capacity here of small businesses, small industries, which are owned by people here, so that we don't have to import materials elsewhere to come and build your city. So it's one of the things that we're saying we want to ensure that it happens. We're saying this city must be safe and secure, more especially for women and children. And we're saying if it's secure for women and children, it will be secured for everybody. So we're very intentional about ensuring that women and children are part and parcel of the design principles of this development, and that it must be inclusive. There must be ease of travel and connectivity. For that, we'll make an example of China. What catapulted China's economy to be what it is today. They invested a lot of resources on their connectivity, on their transport infrastructure. And if you look at their railway currently, most of the China cities and towns, including rural areas, they are connected through the railway line. So it's so easy to do business, moving from one center to the other through railway line. But if you look at us in South Africa, in the main way, we use roads. And we're saying if we want to really make a huge dent and turn around this region, we've got to invest a lot in terms of transport infrastructure, both land, railway, including air. And also we're saying if you look at the maritime, it's a huge also economic opportunity that we have. And why can't we use maritime, have maritime highway where it can be easy from people to move from Port St. John's to Durban without having to go and use a car or whatever. And I say we've got to think broadly about those things. You say, how can we take advantage of the coastline that we have? And of course, we're saying this must be municipal-centric. Because if the municipalities are not financially viable and are not skilled with people who can really do the job, this will not succeed. That will have sewer spilling everywhere. So we have got to ensure that municipalities are actually at the center. As we develop this concept, we must work with municipalities hand in gloves to develop the capacity of municipalities to really take advantage of this development and be at the driving seat of this development. Of course, there are potential economic anchors that already are known, but we are saying, how can we take advantage of these anchors and build this city around them? What is the issue of tourism? We've got an untapped tourism potential in this area. But if you look into the contribution of the tourism in terms of our GDP and so forth from this area is very minimal. And we say we've got to change that. And you look at the oceans economy and the maritime industry, we're saying if you look into the coastline that we have, we've got to take advantage of that. The mineral resources, we've got oil and gas here, we've got mineral deposits here, but all these resources we have not really taken advantage of. And we're saying as people of this region, it is up to us to then turn this around and change our situation because we do have what it takes to develop. So there's a potential for agriculture here. The huge advantage is that the land in this area, almost 90% is in the hands of the people. It is held in trust by our traditional authorities. Most of it, some of it is in the state hands. And there's also an opportunity for film and the creative sector here. Already, if you look into the scenery, look at Port St. John's, the films that can be done there, you look at the whole geography of this area. So we can easily make film and creative industry one of our economic anchors going forward. Of course, the renewable energy potential, there's a slide which I will show, which shows the potential that this area presents in terms of renewable energy, both on as well as offshore, and the hydrogen economy, which is currently booming in some areas like Germany. Next slide. I spoke about the justification why government took a decision to focus in this area. If you look into the red markings there on the map, this is what we call the Eastern Seaboard. This is where the 8 out of the 10 poorest districts in this country are located. And if you look into the number of people residing in this area, they've got about 3.6 million people currently residing between the 4 districts, OR Tambo, Erikwala, Alfrenzo, and Uku. And 53% of people who are living in these 4 districts are women. And 70% is youth. And there is a projection that by 2050, you will have about almost 10 million people residing in this area. Now, this presents a huge opportunity to turn around the situation here and build a massive economy which may even equal the city of Johannesburg and eThekwini and Cape Town combined. And also, if you look into the other side of the coast, which will be your west coast, you will see that there's not even a single red. Meaning there is a lot of economy taking place in that coastline, but this side there is nothing. So there is a huge potential for fishing industry at this side, and we've got to change that scenario and take advantage. Next slide. The next slide was just showing the multi-nodality and the economic linkages of the centers, the economic nodes that we have just identified. And it doesn't mean that this development is only targeting those areas. You will see that before Port St. John's, you have got Coffee Bay, which is part and parcel of this development. And you have got Port St. John's as a key node, which is a node that is currently there. and there are plans to develop it already. The province appointed Kucha to develop plans, and we are working together to make sure that those plans are realized. And in between Port St. John's and Market, you have got Ingquza, then you have got Mbizana, you have got Ntabankulu, you have got a number of other areas. Then in the Herikwala side, you have Kokstad, then you have Market. But the areas that we are showing are just the key nodes that are currently there, which was saying if we are to make sure that we do the linking of these nodes and ensure that instead of competing, they work together as one and develop them as key centers of our economy. So this is how then, and the plan at the end would want to make sure that we link Buffalo City and the Tegwini. Because currently, there is no city between Buffalo City and the Tegwini. There's about 600 kilometers coastline where there's just no city. And they were saying that is not sustainable in a country like ours, when we've got so much endowments in between and our people are poor. We've got to change that situation. And we're saying the majority of residents who are living here are African, and this offers an opportunity for developing an African democratic coastal living. And also the significant land, as I've indicated, is public, communal, and some is, in fact, most of it is held in trust by traditional leaders. And we are saying we have got an opportunity for a greenfield experiment here, where we correct the apartheid spatial planning legacy and promote new black industrialists and integrated city. And we said this area, it has to be declared as the region in terms of Spluma, and we're working on that to make sure that this area is declared as a region. Next slide. In terms of endowments that currently are here, which we think we need to take advantage of, as I've indicated, 53% of people are women, and 70% of our people is youth. And this presents a huge opportunity to develop innovators in this area. And we have oceans and then beautiful waterways. We've got clean air. DG spoke about the cleanest air in one of the districts which are part of this development in Herikwala. We've got wind, which can be, turned into a renewable energy. We've got fertile land. We've got history, heritage, and legacy. As you know, this area is a site of Pondo Revolt and the birthplace of many of our leaders, which are actually an economic value if we can just make sure that we are intentional about that. And we're saying we've got diverse flora and fauna in this area. We've got forests, we've got oil and gas, and we've got to take advantage of all this. So if you look into these endowments, these are necessary building blocks for any development in a country. And we're saying here we do have everything that it takes for us to develop the area into a city that we want. Also, if you look into the economic opportunities that are here, I spoke about agriculture, I spoke about oil and gas, renewable energy. There's also an opportunity for construction industry to boom here, an opportunity for hospitality industry, the tourism and ecotourism. Already in Makwa, there is a master plan towards that. And also in Coffee Bay, there is also work towards developing Coffee Bay into a town, a smart town, and we're working very closely with KSD to ensure that we achieve that. We've got nice, beautiful, the Drakensberg mountain, which is a huge economic potential for this area as well. The mining potential, the cannabis. And we're saying this area is actually where cannabis is naturally grows. So we've got to take advantage of that, as well as aquaculture. The next slide, if you'll see we're just showing an opportunity that we cannot miss the renewable energy opportunity. Currently, we talk about renewable energy everywhere. And there are windows and windows that have been opened in terms of participation. And if you look into this area, we've got the fastest wind, which you find in Alfrenzo and Herikwala. And also, even offshore, we've got the fastest wind, and there's an opportunity there to tap and build renewable energy. And we're saying also, if you look into the topography of this area, more especially Alfrenzo and Herikwala, if you look at those mountains, someone might say those mountains are a disadvantage. But the mountainous nature of those areas is actually a huge potential for building several pumped storage projects for renewable energy. So it's a huge opportunity that we cannot miss. And also, our municipalities currently are financially challenged, and there is a huge opportunity to tap into the renewable energy. They themselves, they can generate renewable energy, and not just be consumers, but also use it as their revenue base going forward. Next slide. And one of the challenges we are facing in this region especially is the issue of skills. And as you know, without skills, it's going to be very difficult to ensure that this development succeeds. Now, we said we've got to be intentional and deliberately invest resources on building skills to ensure sustainability of this development. And we'll just make an example historically in this country when the Nationalist Party government took over in 1948. What they did, Honorable Premier, between 1948 and 1958, they sent a number of their best students to Pace to studies elsewhere in the world, as well as in South Africa. And upon graduating, these students were then attached to University of Port Elizabeth, Pretoria, Stellenbosch, and University of the Free State as bivocational staff members, whilst at the same time they work in government or in private sector. And the result of this gave South Africa large consulting firms that are there today, like your PKS, mega construction projects such as Valdem, and a number of many other government parastatals were formed and led by these graduates. One such is ESCOM, is ISCOM. And other countries as well, such as South Korea, Ethiopia, Singapore, use similar developmental approaches. And I'm saying here we have got universities, we have got TVET colleges, but we have got a challenge of saying our municipalities don't have skills, our department don't have skills. Why can't we be intentional as the state and say we're going to partner with WUSU in terms of financial management expertise? We're going to fund students who at the same time will be working for KST, so that we don't have to always use consultants to prepare our financial statement. These students, they are taught how to prepare financial statements. Now we're saying let's have that partnership. Why can't we enter into a partnership with WUSU engineering department and say WUSU are going to be responsible for management of this scheme in this area, and we put money to that, and the students will be taught both theory and in practice. So they will spend some time in class and they will spend some time on field doing the work that we're supposed to do. By so doing, we are building the capacity that we need, so that at the end of the day, those students may be absorbed by our municipalities. But at the same time, we will be creating a skills pipeline that we need for our economy to prosper going forward. So we've got to be intentional. At MISA, we've taken a decision already that we are going to create what is called research chairs in universities, depending on the area of our interest. We want to have research chairs where we fund research on urban infrastructure. We know that we put money there, there's a professor there and students who are working for MISA on a continuous basis around urban infrastructure. And we're saying something that we can do and we should do if we really want to build skills that we need. Of course, the key principles that are embedded in this development is the principle of co-creation, as I've indicated, and human centricity. That's why we're here today. We're saying we want to co-create this development with you, more especially women and youth. And they were saying all decisions that we take must be human-centric. We must think about people first before we think projects. And we're saying we must be deliberate to seek input of women, youth, and people with disabilities. Hence, we're doing these roadshows where we meet with people, with young people, we meet with women, we meet with people with disabilities, because we want their ideas, we want their views as part and parcel of the planning of this development. Next slide. The next slide was just showing where we are in terms of the implementation. And as we have indicated earlier, our president launched this development on the 12th of November 2021 and made some important announcements, which it's important that today we share with you. The first important announcement, the president declared that this area must be declared as a region in terms of SPLUMA. And already I'm happy, Honorable Premier, to report that out of the 23 support letters that we were expecting for this area to be declared a region, 18 support letters have been received, including your letter, Honorable Premier, as well as a letter from the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as municipalities. There are few municipalities who have not submitted. There are very, very few. And I'm not going to mention them here. They know themselves. So we're working towards now the development of the regional spatial development framework, which is required for this kind of a development. We're finalizing procurement for it. And also, the president said as part of creating a conducive environment, R61 road needs to be attended to, and the provision of government services need to be accelerated. That's what the president said must be done. And we are saying in terms of progress, Honorable Premier, I'm excited because I saw a communication between yourself and the Minister of Transport, where a number of strategic roads were identified by the province as part of unlocking development here, to say these roads must be managed by national and the provinces to accelerate economic development. This will go a long way in terms of unlocking this development. And that work is ongoing, and I can see the speed and the enthusiasm as well from leadership to ensure that that decision is taken. President said we must cut red tape and roll out red carpet for investors. So it's our duty here to say, how do we then ensure that the red tape that normally becomes a hindrance to investment, how do we close that? And fortunately, President in his office already has put up an office that is dedicated to ensure that we cut red tape. But also in this program, Honorable Premier, we have mobilized the whole of government through work streams, where the work streams are working on a day-to-day basis to ensure that there is no delay. If there is a license that is required for water use license, that license, it must not take long as it normally does. It must be done immediately, and then we issue the license. If there is an EIA that needs to be done, it must not take long, to issue the environmental authorization. So those work streams are there, and they are reporting, Honorable Premier, to the accounting officers. So all the national DGs, they are there. The two DGs of the province of KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape, they all, Honorable Premier, rotate in chairing the accounting officers forum. And the reason why we say they must rotate, because we want each and every DG must know that he or she is a leader of this development. It's not one sector or one department leading. So the Premier of the province has been very much helpful in chairing some of the meetings, Honorable Premier. And of course, we've got the National Steering Committee, where all sector departments are participating and reporting. And I'm chairing that steering committee. And also, Honorable Premier, President said we must use DTM as it is an approach to better align the government structures to facilitate planning, permits, and other approvals required for development without cutting corners or compromising safety and quality. And this is work that we are doing on an ongoing basis. And I must also report, Honorable Premier, that we are busy with the renewable energy feasibility study. We've already appointed a service provider. Is working with ourselves, the province, as well as the Department of Energy and Mineral Resources and other key stakeholders like environmental affairs to ensure that we really have science, and we use science in terms of decision making going forward. And one of the pronouncements that President made was we need to encourage investment by packaging existing infrastructure portfolios and presenting a credible project pipeline with detail needed for investors to make informed decisions. So already, Honorable Premier, we have put together a project preparation team at head office, and we have come up with a project preparation template, and we have had workshops with all the national government departments. So that team is there to assist in ensuring that all the projects that have been conceptualized, but due to lack of funding could not progress, those projects, we must work together and make sure that we assist the departments, we assist municipalities to prepare those projects for bankability so that we are able to ensure that they are funded. And I would want that in the next South African Investment Conference, at least there must be tangible investment pronouncements around the Eastern Seaboard that will be made. So we're working towards that. And I'm happy, Premier, that already Kucha has been working in Port St. John's and would want to really work with them and ensure that we accelerate the work so that in that investment conference, there must be an investment pronouncement around Port St. John's, more especially the development of the beachfront in Port St. John's. It must be done. Of course, we are also working on the Coffee Bay development. We are working with KST on an ongoing basis there. In Makwa, already there are investors who have expressed interest in Makwa. Of course, one of the pronouncements was we need to strengthen the capability and the functioning of local government. So it's one of the key focus of our work to ensure that municipalities are really functional, they have skills, and they deliver on their mandate. So this slide, I'm not going to spend time on, I've already indicated, it just shows which municipalities have submitted their support letters, which municipalities have not. So I'm not going to spend time on it. And also this slide, it just shows the work that we are doing, what we have been able to do, and what we are still doing. I'm not going to spend time on it. And then next slide. Next slide. This slide was just showing the framework of implementation. We're saying the implementation of this program is not going to be linear. As we plan, the projects that are ready will be implemented. So there are already programs that are ready, which were planned by the province. And we're saying we must work with the province to implement those programs. whilst we are planning in terms of other projects that needs to be done. And of course, there will be continuous organic development of the project. There are risks, Honorable Premier, that we have identified, which we are working hand in gloves with municipalities as well as our traditional authorities. Next slide. And one of the major risks we are facing, more especially in this region, is insufficient financing for bulk services. And we are saying we have got to be intentional and move with speed to ensure that the issue of bulk received the priority. I know we've been talking about the Mzimvubu Dam, but it's going to take years. And what else can we do to ensure that we do build bulk, especially in Port St. John's? Now, if you don't have bulk in Port St. John's and you grow that town without bulk, you will be creating another challenge, another problem for ourselves. So we've got to work very closely to deal with this particular matter. And I know we've been working with ISA on this, as well as DPSA, and we've had a meeting already with OR Tambo, Honorable Premier. We had quite a successful strategic planning session with OR Tambo, where we discussed this issue of bulk and the sequencing and the prioritization, and we are going to succeed. The other risk is the failure to realize investor pipeline. This is a risk that we have to deal with, and the project's preparation capacity that we are building is actually addressing this particular risk. Of course, the issue of coordination failures in government is another risk, where we pull in different ways. And we are working so hard that in this development, we work in a seamless and coordinated and integrated manner. And I'm happy that already I can see that we have achieved quite a bit in ensuring that everyone is working in hand in gloves. And the issue of land availability in line with the master plan is going to be a huge challenge. First of all, a development of this nature, it has never been done in a communal setup, in a rural environment like ours. So we have got to dig deep in terms of how do we ensure that we enable this, how do we ensure that we work with our traditional leaders and ensure that land is availed, and also discourage the land grab that will happen when people hear that there is this kind of development. So it requires a lot of leadership, which, Honorable Premier, I'm sure we do have capacity to deal with that particular challenge. That was my last slide, Honorable Premier and Minister and leadership. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I forgot to declare that I have a back problem. So when a speaker is speaking, when my back is painful, it means that the speaker must wind up, and I will show that my back is painful by standing up. So the speakers that are coming, they must think about my back. On that note, I would like us to complete this presentation with a 2-minute video clip to summarize what Mr. Vimba was saying. And then after that, we are going to take discussions and engagements. I'm going to guide that the item. At this point, let us just take that 2-minute video clip. Are we ready in Tswaki? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
The time for a brand new city in a democratic South Africa is here. A city that spans 120 kilometers across the wild coast.
Let us look at the screens, the video.
600 kilometers
There you are.
of the strands of the country's unique history.
The time for a brand new city in a democratic South Africa is here. A city that spans 120 kilometers across the wild coast.
South Africa's eastern seaboard is 600 kilometers of the strands of the country's unique history, intricately woven with hope for a prosperous future. This tranquil land is home to the first encounters between the AmaZulu, AmaXhosa, Portuguese, Dutch and the British. The unspoiled lands betray no hint of conflict that built this country, offering only unspoiled beaches, wild coastal lands, unmatched indigenous forests, hilly grasslands, and grand mountains. In the 18th century, the AmaXhosa in the area led minor cattle raids that escalated into two great conflicts known as the Xhosa Wars or the Cape Frontier Wars. And this spirit of struggle would last almost 100 years. This land is home to the Bondo Revolt against oppressive colonial and apartheid laws designed to possess the best farmlands. Embraced by the warmth of the Indian Ocean, this land was once home and playground to some of Africa's greatest kings. This is the land which was protected by King Hintsa. This is the battlefield and productive capital of King Shaka Kasanzangakona. This is the site of Isivivane Skashaka. It is a land with rolling history, offering Ngwane, King Matiwana, a temporary home as he fled King Shaka and left his refuge with King Mushweshwe on the other side of Great Tukahlamba, the barrier of spears. Today, the diverse marine environment of this land and sea is home to no less than 20 fish species, large numbers of dolphins and sardine shoals, sharks and shrimps, and is the home to Africa's own salmon, the Mozambique talip fish. Once the breadbasket of the Khoi, San, and Bantu tribes, it has some of Africa's best suitable land for growing crops and amazing tropical climatic conditions. It offers encounters with the Big Five, evergreen forests, rugged wilderness areas, and unmatched views of the southern slopes of the Drakensberg. All this making it the ideal scenery to support jobs, ecotourism, and recreation. It is South Africa's playground with tourists coming from all corners of the world to enjoy the abundant marine biology and oceans. It is also South Africa's factory and maritime capital. This is a land offering endless potential opportunity. This beautiful coastal stretch of land remains hugely underdeveloped. The 3.6 million daughters and sons who call the eastern seaboard home have been deprived of their livelihoods and futures. The young population of this area deserve bold, innovative initiatives which will tackle the legacy they face, give them hope for the future, and result in new black industrialists creating connected, cohesive coastal cities. 8 of the top 10 poorest districts are either on or related to the eastern seaboard.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another and suffer the indignity of being the skunk of the world.
The district development model is a deliberate and proactive measure to dismantle our past narrative of conquest, oppression, and resistance.
I dream of a South Africa where the first entirely new city built in the democratic era rises with skyscrapers, schools, universities, hospitals, and factories.
Here, we can win the war against hunger, poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This winning nation can ensure connectivity, accessible recreation, and leisure. We can bring clean energy, water, and air to meet our sustainable development goals to everyone, everywhere, no matter class, gender, color, race, sexual orientation, or creed.
Ukuthi sibe lapha as we are launching lendlela yokusebenza esibiza ukuthi district development model. It is a model that requires government to develop our country and ensure that there are services that we deliver.
South Africa, Africa and the world, the district development model is here. Join us as we reshape our future and redefine our African heritage through this innovative, polycentric African coastal smart city. As we tackle the great challenges of sustainability and prosperity induced by historical socio-economic developments, let us all take part in driving socio-economic transformation for all.
Okay, am I audible?
Am
Am I audible? What is important is this part. Am I audible now? That's better. Okay then. With this breathtaking presentation, I would like us to do things differently. It's breathtaking, and if you don't have breath, you can't project your voice. And in identification with some of our persons with disabilities, I would like us to applaud this presentation in a breathtaking manner. Let's first say, wow. Okay. Then secondly, let us clap in the manner that is inclusive of some of our disability category. Those that cannot hear us, they don't hear you when you clap like this, then I would like us in identification with them, in including them, to clap in the manner that they would clap, and let us do this. Okay. We have incorporated, we have referred to women, we have referred to persons with disabilities, we have tested how it feels, and then we're left now with just one stakeholder, and that is the young people. As we are preparing the young people to demonstrate that they are present, I would like to acknowledge at this point in time the presence in this Imbizo, Dr. Premier and Honorable Minister, the presence of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is represented through the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development in Nigeria. And the Honorable Minister responsible for Youth and Sports Development in Nigeria has assigned the head of bilateral on youth sector and focal youth officer to represent him. And there are not only two, there are 20 youth leaders that are joining with us in this Imbizo. Why don't we do this again in welcoming our African sisters and brothers here? So this Imbizo, thank you. This Imbizo is not a national or an interprovincial Imbizo. It is therefore a continental Imbizo. And then on that note, the young people are going to acknowledge their Nigerian young people leaders bababonisa uba babevisa into yoba apha e-Eastern Cape how do we do izinto xa sisithi thatha mntu omtsha thatha mntu omtsha linda nje kancinci ndizawucela ingoma apha ebantwini abatsha. And then as we are going to get to the next item now, which is the engagements and discussions in terms of our agenda. We're going to have 2 sessions of engagement. This is the first round of our engagement in which we'll be engaging on the first presentations that have been made. That is all the speakers that have presented up to this point. It's time for us to engage with them up to Mr. Vimba. Then we'll take the next session after the next set of speakers. And then as we do that, I would like to indicate how we're going to engage. We are having about 6 roving microphones, and we have a team that is going to assist us. They're going to identify us, those of us who want to make input, and then a team member is going to come close to you and assist you with your input. You are not going to, Sis Lungi, I would like to see you, Miss Mangisa. I would like to see you, Miss Mangisa. You are not going to come to the podium, but we are going to come to you where you are. And you are going to show by raising your hand, and then our team is going to spot you, and then we come to you. What is going to be crucial is that in order for us to all have an opportunity to engage, we need to be economic about time. As a result, we have provided, again, those team members are also going to be providing you with papers so that if you know that your point is going to be long or you are afraid that we may not reach you, you write down your point and then it will come to the podium. We are going to address it. That's the first way of engaging. And then number 2, when the mic gets to you, listen carefully, Imbizo attendees. When the mics get to you, we request that you do not make a long introduction or preamble, however, nonetheless, notwithstanding. You just tell us that you are Welekazi Sokutu from the Women in Construction in OR Tambo. 1, 2, 3, ka. No howevers, no all those, no conjunctions, no preambles. Your name, the sector, the municipality from which you are coming. You are given just 1 minute. So if you finish your minute, you start to wapi, emgqubeni wapi, we take the mic. Uyoyibona late ke leyo. You have to prioritize. On that note, I would like Atini and team, just nisho ngendlo, then our microphone team members will be taking their positions. And then when I see that they are ready, the song is going to stop and then we start to engage. Over to you, young people, ebathandekayo. Answer boy. Nabo ke bayiclaim nabo. Asosela phela manje. Batsha xa behleli phansi noba banamatholo. Lungi and team, take your positions. Thanks. Just when they are warming up, their minute is over. To those of us that are watching online, particularly to our our team is going to run to you. To manage this, I will start from this aisle and ask for 3 people here, preferable women, youth, persons with disabilities. May I see you stand up, Sisi? Second one, you stand up, Sisi. Last opportunity there, going once. Or 3 already. Remain standing, Mtana Sekai, if you can. From this aisle, 3. Going once, going twice, going thrice. But right, but okay. From this aisle, going once, I've seen Mama, I've seen Puti. Thrice from this area, but okay. Then from this aisle, I got right? From this aisle, Diagwana Puti, 1, the second one, Enkosi Mtasekaya, the third one, Enkosi a greenish, red, clear, Kolongo Bizangolo Shobonasi Sanders Pagamle Pamisas left. Mama Ntelu Pagame. Yes, Enkosi Mtasekaya. Now when Bonilema, then that side, I still have 1 person. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I've got 8 hands for this round. 1 minute, no preamble, no. Apokfele konitole. We start this side. Over to you, Kemem.
Igama lam ndingu-Ayanda Colombile, ndisuka eNyanda Municipality. Ndi-unemployed social work graduate, 8 years. Ndicela ukubuza uPremier, now that Eastern Cape we have got a problem nase-OR Tambo in particular, sine problem of unemployed social work graduates. Uthini yena uPremier, because i-GBV yondele, more especially Sikisiki, in fact i-OR Tambo. Uthini ngalonto? Cela mi wena Premier usincede. Nawe Mama Mashabane, you were once one of our ministers and representing abafazi, and please we need this because domestic violence yondele apa. Please help us to eliminate yonke lenzeka apa, and the youth is suffering. Enkosi kakhulu.
Mhlekela mzekelo sithathe wona, masiye ke Sisi.
Ndicela ukubulisa indlu igama lami nguNeziswa Mlenzana ndikwaso-OR Tambo, ndingu-secretary ka-yard. Ndisuka eNyandeni. What I would like to speak on is the inclusion of young people in the mainstream economy. The services that are already there by our government, it's very difficult for us to access them. The 30% set aside for young people in the budget, we do not get it. Budget here, financial years, but it's 30%. As we don't see the impact, we don't even know the people that are actually funded, and we struggle to access land to expand our operations in the agricultural sector. Also, one of my colleagues mentioned that when they do apply for funding, when they do follow up, they are not captured in the system. Why are young people not captured in the system? Thank you.
Ubhuti emva kwakhe sisaqhubha kakuhle ke ngolu hlobo lubekiweyo ungade ucinyelwe imic.
Letelemo Khotu is my name. I represent a company called Nalani Green Energy. We are also partnering with the
Uxolo ke tata wase energy business. Sicela ukuphinde nje kancinci unyuse nje volume a bit.
Okay. Letelemo Khotu is my name. Nalani Green Energy is the company that I come from. We are also partnering with the Disabled People's Organization here in OR Tambo. We are also chasing a partnership with KSD College. What we're doing, we are launching a green energy and smart agricultural project that is intended to start here at OR Tambo. From what the CEO of MISA has said, I just want to know how can we engage with him in terms of maybe a possible collaboration because I think there's synergy between what he has presented and what we are saying in terms of the projects that we are carrying. We already have an interrogated project that has a complete project plan, a complete presentation. So I just want to understand how can we engage with him to see how we can possibly collaborate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. We did not have a hand in this aisle. We did not have a hand here. We had two in this aisle. There is the mic. Over to you, ma'am. Still volume. Let's exchange the mic. Okay, I swap the mic never, otherwise it's not audible at all.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili.
Super.
Ndingubhelekazi Sikhutshwa Thole from Bizana Business Chamber eBizana. Ndimele amakhosikazi apha. One, ndizawuthetha nawe Tatu Premier. I-policy yakho inhle kakhulu urhulumente that we should be preferred as women, as a target group. But the policy, it is not monitored, neither evaluated. Sisogola kakhulu senza business trying to manufacture, getting to the industry space. But as sifumani kusincediswa ngurhulumente in terms of the market. And the policy has been saying preferential policy, and we really want to see that happening. It's been a long time. And government institutions themselves, we would knock and knock, but they keep on considering previously advantaged businesses. So siyacela kakhulu sincedise in monitoring this policy. And secondly, amakhosikazi ayasokola kakhulu ngongabi namhlaba. Umhlaba kunzima ukufumana, one for ukuhlala nje singamakhosikazi. Yesterday I had great pain looking at the TV. Amakhosikazi ahlala ematyotyombeni nabantwana abancinane edilika. Mostly they were women. Bengenandawo yohlala, bengena shelter, behleli endaweni esezantsi. Unocinga ngayo ngedignity yomuntu. So that one nje it is so key. To land your business. Siyacela ukuba sifumane umhlaba for business. This whole process inde kakhulu yofumana i-title deeds and iyasisokolisa. Please cut it short. Utatu President has actually alluded to that red tape must be cut to be so short. Well, the fact here procurement. Oh, no, Mandishi. The fact, associations zamakhosikazi. Women in transport, women in construction, women in energy. We have tried to organize ourselves in those areas, but they have failed. We really need assistance. We are asking for that assistance. Sawik has been there, Sawima has been there, and others, but they are really failing. Dijongisa kweke mama wetu mama. Umashabane ukuba amakhosikazi akhona ayanqwena but izi-resources ezininzi ezinqabileyo to assist them. Siyanqwena kakhulu ke ukuyibona i-project ekhe ibhalwe xa i-advertiswa women targeting. We've got the road construction entle apha ye-N2. We're not seeing any of the kind. That is of projects ke zibekhona ezamakhosikazi ezi-labeled. We really ask for that and looking forward to the big smart city thing. We would really like to see that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Councillor Nondlevu, the Mayor of Nyanden Local Municipality. A greeting to the leadership, Premier and the Minister. Chair, I was a little bit disappointed when every speaker, he didn't mention that you cannot reach Port St. John's without passing Nyandin. And among other things, we have about 6 species from Coffee Bay to that area. And Premier, at Nyandeni, we have started a project of soya beans, which is the first municipality that have that project. And I believe among the potential economic anchors, we should be mentioned as Nyandeni local municipality. And again, Chair, is the issue of smart city, which I appreciate, but also we should take into consideration the issue of smart village, because we need to be smart in our village. Our villages must be able to talk about the economy that we want and change the way we were looking before we get a democracy. And the last one, Chair, is the issue of mineral resources. I was so surprised when in the screen shows that the quarry minerals, that is it at Nyandeni local municipality, Ward 11 at Ngolo. There it is mentioned that is it in MTHATHA. How can?
Ulazi kangakanani na ilizwe lakho ingolo zange bese eMthatha. We are flying, getting to the 3 that is on that side. Over to you, Pudi. So far the example is good. Not more than 3 questions. Upu. Itimi ya ukiswa nini kwelo kuqala. Over to you, Mdasekhaya.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili, igama lami nguSobantu wakwa Tilai. I'm in the maritime space. That presentation Katata Uvimba, I think is well received. But I think maybe it would be a good day if we could figure Landuya's economic notes kakuhle, because there's already advantages in many areas as they were being mentioned here. Here is what could be our suggestion perhaps. There is this fisheries that I think needs to be sewn up. Kunezi cooperatives that were given fisheries licenses, but those cooperatives are still struggling to get to market. Now we've got schools, jails, hospitals consuming protein, and you've got women that own cooperatives doing the fishing. Somehow the two are just not meeting. And to my mind, that is very low-hanging fruit that all these municipalities could work with. The second last is maybe in that value chain establishment, what could be our suggestion is that the local economic development departments within these municipalities would do these constituencies a great deal of a favor if they could take these things, figure them, and try to implement them. Lastly, or second last, Kengogo, the launch sites along those lagoons and rivers, maybe if environmental affairs locally could really assist those people with those launch sites, so that if you've got a boat at the back of your bakkie, you can put it out to sea and then go and fish if you are a cooperative. Lastly, the big issue that I think the province needs to figure out is this whole notion of land use and land use management. Banks won't finance umhlaba welal because they have no title to hold on to. And there is no other mechanism that we can figure out that allows the bank to allow for reinvestment emhlabeni oselalini. And I think this problem is only peculiar to Eastern Cape. So it's an Eastern Cape problem, le nomhlaba wenkosi ongena title that the bank can't finance. And it is not clear where that discussion is going. Thank you very much.
Okay, then, thanks, Dr. Tilai. The remaining ones must not learn from Mr. Tilai. The second last must be second last. I was afraid that I was going to say finally. Thanks, but then let's take that aisle. We had 2. Okay, before we get there, I did not see you. We go to this one. It was not in the first round. Those 2, then we cross.
Okay. Molweni, my name is Nondutu Zelongukiana. I'm into manufacturing. I manufacture furniture. Thanks to the ruling party who gave me the skill as a previously disadvantaged woman. Now that I have the skill and I do make furniture, the problem is we don't have the needed resources and we don't have the market. We do have the market in the surrounding areas where we stay, the community where we stay. But the problem is we want to grow, we want to be recognized internationally as African women, not South African women. How is the government or you, ma'am, going to go down there to where we are operating and find out our needs so that we can grow and bridge the gap of unemployment? Because we are talking about skills in order to bridge the gap of poverty. I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Pudi.
Enkosi mhlala ngaphambili. Ndibulisa kwi-ministers naku-premier. Sizawuzama ukuba mfutshane. Chairperson, ndicela nje mna ukuraise lento ithi.
Uxolo futhi igama.
Oh,
nendawo.
Ndinguzama uxolo Mathwasa from Engquza Hill local municipality.
Enkosi ke Mr. Mathwasa.
Ndicela ukuraise nje lento ithi yokokuqala. I-road infrastructure ibalulekile kulento sithetha ngayo ye-Eastern Cape Seaport. U-R61 ufuna nje ukujongwa kakhulu. Akusafuneki ukuvalwa kwemingxumo okanye potholes, kufuneka ukwenziwa kwa-R61 from uMthamvuna to uMthatha. 2, i-preferential procurement policy ifuna ukurevayizwa okanye amendwe. Idefine ngokutsha lento kuthiwa yi-local. Okwesibini, i-enforce lento yi-beneficiation ye-designated group, youth, women and children. Youth and women and disability. Okwesithathu, ndicela kube kwi-public participation engathi ihamba ngesantya esikhulu. Kulento inokwenza ne-oil, inokwenza nomhlaba, especially kulento inokwenza nespluma. Ispluma ukhona apho sihamba singamkeleki khona. Yenze into yoba kubekho ungqingetshe phakathi kwe-local government ne-traditional leadership. Yenze le nto yoba access to la mhlaba sibona ungo-Eastern Seaboard ne-N2 toll road kube khona ingxaki phaa kuwo. Again kubekho i-public participation kule nto ye-cannabis development nokuthi beneficiate abani. Nabantu abangomama nabantu aba-disabled babe bayakwazi ukuxhamla. Phande suka khona bebebanjwa abantu bakhona ixesha elide siyintlekisa yokokuba sithengisa intsangu. Kodwa ngoku ivela ngoku ingathi ngaxhanyulwa ngabanye abantu abakudido oluphezulu. Siyafuna ukuyinqanda loo nto. Sithi mayiqale phaa kuthi.
Okugqibela.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili ndiza kule ndawo ithi mhlali ngaphambili. Besifudula silima phaa emampondweni. Silima umbona. Sisapotwa into eyayibizwa ngokuba nguTraco, enye eyayibizwa ngokuba nguAgriculture. Sicela kubuyiselwe ezazi schemes noba ke zibuya in another form noba sizibiza ngolunye uhlobo olutsha ukuncedisa ukunciphisa i-unemployment, poverty and inequality ne-tertiary education kulaa ndawo yethu. Sicela ukuncediswa ekuyifacilitating. Siyayifacilitator but izitrides zethu zingabonakala zisezantsi. Okugqibela misa siyacela mntakwethu asilwi sicela nisincedise abantu abatsha abarholi ngala project benize ngayo pha eNgqusa. And ngoku it's becoming into engasenzela umbhodamo pha kula mmandla waseNgqusa ngoba abarholi abantu abatsha. Enkosi.
Enkosi. Sithatha the last two. Umama lo wabe ndimphakamisile nobhuti omelene naye. Okay. Ndicela kanjena ke bantu abasha bathandwa ndim. Ndihleke ngonezandla ezithathu endizithatha uqwaba. Mama lo phakamileyo ngubhuti, usisi lo, and for this round uba ngaba unento icingayo izawuya kwi-round elandela okanye uthatha iphepha. Over to you mntana sekhaya.
Mandizibulisele endlini, ndinguVathiswa Bam Mugwanya, ndingumntu chairperson ye Chani Mankosi Fishing and Aquaculture Primary Cooperative. Eyamiselwa mhla kwakhutshwa iMarine Living Resources Act ka-1998. Sa-registerishwa ngoye 2000 and then sanikwa ngo-2002 i-authorization yokuba sikwazi ukusebenza. Ngemvume karhulumente sinikwe into ekuthiwa i-exemption. Sisebenze ngayo ke loo nto urhulumente esixhasile under the Department of Environment and Tourism. Sisebenzisene kakuhle nabo kuba sasine collaborations no Stellenbosch University, collaboration no Rhodes University, and the then UNITRA. Kule project sikhuphe i-PhD, sakhupha umntu one-masters, sakhupha umntu owenza obene honors. Aba bantu bonke besebenza kule project yethu befumana ezi degrees zabo through this research yale project. Sihambile ke urhulumente esixhasile. Kuthe mhla urhulumente wadecide ukuba makazihlazulule ezi departments. Saba ke ngokuthina siphoswe sakhutshwa ku-DEET, Department of Environment and Tourism. Sazibona ke sikwa environment, fishing, forestry. Sinengxaki ke ngoku kuba ever since lo department lo ndawo lo project yethu yaba ngudingindawo, asizange ke ngoku siphinde sibe nayo inkxaso evela kurhulumente. Sine factory pha which is urhulumente afake kuyo almost 20 million. Ihleli ikhamisile ngobana le nkqubo intsha ayisamkeli ukuba isinike i-rights okanye i-permit. Besisenza catching fish and diving.
Mama uVathiswa, ndenzela uba singakuqhawuli umntana sekha ukwazi ukuphenduleka kakuhle. Ndicela siye ku-therefore.
Ngoku ke into esiyifunayo yi-permit esingayifumaniyo. From 2014 iphelile 8 years sizamana noba sibe ne-permit yokusebenza apha. Kule ndawo yethu sihleli ke ngoku nelo resource yethu over 20 million, it is lying fallow. Sicela ke sincediswe ekufumaneni ipermit yokusebenza. Ngumlenze ke wokuqala lowo. Ndawubuya ke ku round 2 ndibuyele enye iproject engahambiyo nayo exingileyo.
Enkosi ke sisivet, ndizawucela nento ethi if unayo i-notebook ngakho ubhala because sinawo amagosa phezulu ajongene kanye nale micimbi uyithetha so that mhlawumbe ku round 2 sibe sesiza neempendulo. Then siyapha kumama. Over to you ke mntana sekhaya kuzogqibela uNantsika ungabuhlala mntana ndiyanibona ningabe nihlala so that ningadinwa sizawuza kuni kuthethe luthethayo. Enkosi.
Molweni, good afternoon everyone. Ndingugorhakazi Ncukuva, iface yabafazi in business in the Eastern Cape. Original from KSD eQokolweni. Mama Mashabane sicela isikhalo kuwe ne? Sicela kaMandu Premier ukhona. Sicela ke ubiza imbizo yomama base Eastern Cape. Government wase Eastern Cape is not taking omama seriously in all aspects. We've been trying, akho nto singakasiyenze asiphenduleki. Mna nje mathetha I'm bleeding, but I don't want to disclose about why. But if your office kama Mashabane will call me and listen to our cries, is asibona into yobana we're not taken seriously. And iwari yam is that omama are in big numbers. If you can decide uba sibakhalale as a government ehleliyo ngoku ingakhona problem. Because for example umisa ngoku wenza i-presentation apha eMandi ethi siyaqhuba eCoffee Bay, siyaqhuba eNtontoni, but akho mama pha. Where are the women in all these projects? And it's not that we being rude, but sifike lapho sikhathala khona sibudinwa. Kudala sikhala ukuthi asimameleki naphi na. So sicela ke ngoku kubizwe Imbizo ezawuba se-Eastern Cape imamelo mama, especially in the OR, because ndiyaziwa kwa-national wherever I cry for i-OR Tambo because ayihoyekanga. The access to information, they can't access anything because abana kwa internet leyo access. So isicelo sami sithi xa siphuma apha kule Imbizo siyeke lip service ke rhulumente wam, with all due respect. Ndingumama we-business, uzawucontacta mna Mama Mashabane when you want to organize the Imbizo. Umisa uzawundicontacta naye. Ndingumntu we-action andiyithandi lip service, iyandenzela i-rash, ndiyarhawuzelela.
Yes.
Kudala simamele kuzo zonke ezimbizo imali ezizispendayo to attend these meetings, these Imbizo, asiboni action. I even went as far as asking the president to come here and listen to our grievances. One promise what Gohaza will come, but he hasn't come yet. The president's office will pass that message to the president. Na yenga lebini Imbizo yo mama basa Eastern Cape abe khona gaqa lakhe. Because
Okay. Thanks, Skoka. You know, okay? I can see the vibe. Mama Nkwana Mashabane, Amaxhosa say, Ikwelo likyala. She's calling for Imbizo for women in the Eastern Cape. And then already saved. If Bano is being booked as we are sitting here. Over to you, Sisi?
Molweni.
Molo ma.
Ndingumama umbethe. OR Tambo district, ndihlala eSlovo. Ndihlala eSlovo, I'm an owner of a business, R&T Panel Beaters, as a woman. So into endifuna ukuyithetha apha nendicela ukupremier njengomntana ebeseshilo. We need to be recognized. We want to be recognized by urhulumente ukuba siyadinga ukuphuhliswa. Sithi xa siyapha kwaRhulumente ndinguno business omncinci osafufusa. So xa uyapha kwaRhulumente uyofuna umsebenzi, they tell you about a structure, a decent structure. Ndizathatha phi i-structure esihle ndingaphuhliswanga ngurhulumente kwi-business yam, because I don't have imali yokuba ndenze eso structure. I'm still building my business. So okwesibini nalento yoku umuntu osimame umbukele phansi esindine business ye panel beating ne respraying cars. Ndibe offended sometimes because even men, they don't see the bakwamkeli ukuthi umuntu wesifazane you can have a panel beating business. If you omenzela i-cottage nyathi wow yayazi bendini izofuna iyovela indoda. Uyabona nibukela phansi unjongele phansi njengomuntu wesimame ukuba kufuneka uzokwenza i-quotation yenziwe indoda. Why? So ke ndiyazicelela ke mina ndikhalela ukwazi uba xa ngabe ufuna oluphuhliso lwama business asafufusa, i-business yami is registered but angixhaseki. How do I go about it? Andizuba mde, Nkosi.
Nkosi Mama Mbete, the last speaker, I know that there is a presentation, I think that will be done by the HOD responsible for the diet. I'm sure she's going to touch on this area as well of accessing development funding. Over to you, Puti Ungokugqibela.
Enkosi kakhulu ndiyabulela kakhulu ngelithuba. Mna ndinguviwe wakwaNombungu, ndiphuma phaya eNyandeni, umhlaba wamakhonjwayo. Endikuphakamelayo mna ndifuna nje ukuqonda nje apha ku Mr Vimbi. In fact into lena endirhalela ingaske amarhulumente angayiva onke because imbilini lento iyasibetha silulutsha and yindlela bendirhalela ingaske wonke umuntu abe uyayiva. Ndiphuma kwi-organization ebizwa ngoba cela uzibambele sisi. Ndiphuma kwi-organization ebizwa ngokuba nguBuyelembo. uBuyelembo ndingathi yinto edibanisa amakhosi urhulumente kunye nabantu. Umzekelo eziba kuthethwa ngalento yale development le yemisa kuthethwa ngayo ukuthi izokwenzeka kwicoastland. Akukho nto ithethayo ngahluleka njengoba besegqibothetha umeya wamphayana. Akukho nto ithethayo ukubheka kosidabadabeni kuyoma ngeCoffee Bay. So singuBuyelembo sidibanisa amakhosi onke including nabantu sazikhangelela investors uba sikwazi ukudeveloper umhlaba wethu. Senza abanikazi bomhlaba abazi-shareholders zayo yonke ibhizinesi ezobe iqhuba phaa kwaya mihlaba yazo. So ndirhala ukwazi ke mna ke apha ku-Mr Vimbi intoba yeyiphi indlela esinothi siyisebenzise ukusebenzisana nabo because we're having hospitals, universities, the smart cities and ngoku soqalisa ngo-agriculture kwinto yekofu. So ndizama ukuveza bapha siyazizamela sazibhatalazela urhulumente sixa siza kuye akaqame phaya. So izinto ezi esiqonda ingase zingafikelela kurhulumente. Ndiyavuya no-premier khona elapha phakathi kwethu atsho eve into yoba kukhona organizations ezifana noBuyelembo ezifuna ukubulala unemployment. Umzekelo ngoku sitshekishe about ii-families eziyi-500 phantsi kokumkani uNdloviyezwe eziyi-500 esezilungise umhlaba wabo ongango-1000 hectares kwindawo yasehluleka already to be developed. So ndirhala ukwazi uba uMr Vimba yeyiphi indlela mhlambi okanye singenza kanjani ukusebenzisana nabo to accommodate us. Enkosi.
Okay. Enkosi kakhulu, we've done well. I would like to acknowledge as we're going to get the responses. I would like to acknowledge the presence of in our midst of Honorable Deputy Minister responsible for Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Honorable Chapa. Stokela Kosazana ithi sandla abantu bayibona. Yes. At this point in time, I would like to hand over to our presenters to respond. As I indicated, some of the questions might still be addressed in the upcoming presentations. If I'm allowed, the responses are going to occur as follows, to be outlined as follows. The Honorable Minister, Nkwanma Shabane, is going to be the first one to come in, and then followed by the Honorable Premier, and then Mr. Vimba is going to be the last, and then I'm going to allow any leader that wants to augment the responses. I would like my mic people to assist the Honorable Minister with the microphone. Microphone to come to the front. Sislungi Mangisa would like to get a microphone in front. Yiza ngaphambili siswam. Sanita uzasoba kusisigcina sekhapha ke wena. Ngabisahamba. Okay. Enkosi Minister.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Hello. Malibongwe.
Igama lamakhosikazi.
Ayanda ubuzile ukuthi she's been sitting at home for 8 years. She asked a question on behalf of the unemployed youth. So let me explain once again that Ayanda, you asked the kind of a question that we would want to get to answer. If you were given an opportunity, what is it that you'd want to focus on? You said unemployed graduate. I am, besides being former Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'm former ambassador. In other countries, when parents take their children to school, they, particularly at tertiary, they link them. Starting with, they learn this from Germany, majority of other developing countries. You take the line of work that you would want to do. You don't go to Wits University to study engineering. The structure of our education needs some penal beating, so that when we go tertiary, we don't just do the what I would refer to as the former amber school. Even former amber school did better than us. We are aware of the unemployed graduates, and we are aware that NYDA alone cannot sort out this problem. Minister of DTIC, Trade and Industry and Commission, had been given a task by the President to find a way to assist the youth with the OES program. I'm sure Premier is aware of this program. I'm not saying we will solve all the problems in 1 year, but we need to enlist these young people and make sure that we do not keep saying we can employ young people when they have skills. When they have skills, they are still unemployed with skills. So this I've had before, because of where where we work, we want to bring it to an end. Imbizo without an answer is not a good Imbizo. Your name must not be that you raise your hand. It should be that we bring all this to the office of the Premier. We will work with him to make sure that, yes, you've been sitting at home for 8 years with skills. What is your interest? So that we don't stop the story by just this Imbizo and your unemployment. Gender-based violence, we need another day. But for today, I would say that we've done the best we could. We are going to the second round of council, gender-based based violence council. When we finish this August, the President would want us to announce something. He is going to do that. I will not do it now. But we cannot stop this gender-based violence alone. We need families, we need Amakosi, we need everybody. We need premiers, we need families. We need to do away with this scourge. It's a shame to South Africa in the world. Land availability, I can't respond to this one, Yaga Premier and the other leadership, but I do know, because I worked for a while in the Department of Land, there is land that has been identified by government, which is owned by government, which is at the moment in being like a caretaker by a public enterprise. That land has been identified, and it shall be distributed orderly by the relevant authorities. And Premier would also know about that, as and when and how it should happen. We must not do away with our economic nodes because we have a bigger dream of building a bigger city. The bigger city must find us wanting to raise our hand like Mama or fishery. We must own big things in this big city we are dreaming about. We mustn't say, now that you're talking about a big city, what about us, the small ones? Be thinking big so that you are not jumped, that you become part of that big thing, particularly women. Because at the moment, I really feel for the mother, Umama Mbete, who said she has started penal beating. Kuba Mambet, don't go back. Actually, ask for resources from government finance companies. I am saying this with a very heavy heart because I know that we have financial institutions that are owned by government, but they look down upon women. So we should shouldn't say, hi, we had said this before, now that they don't care about us, we will keep quiet. No. Make noise, dream of even a bigger penal beating because you are a South African woman and you need to be assisted. We will make sure that next time, Premier, we drink tea, I ask you, how far have you approached government-owned financial institutions and how are they assisting? Mama was a fishery. What I don't understand, or I must plead stupid, is whether in fishery they have to get licenses every year or annually. Do you have to reapply for fisheries? That of change of departments or of shifting platforms shouldn't be a problem. But if you're talking about small fish that can also be utilized, Premier, to feeding schools, I think that is a ready business. But I think we need to find a way to do things right. But as for women in construction, Sawima, all these initiatives that women have taken, don't give up. Don't go slow. Be strong. Stand strong. And indeed, we will talk to the economic ministries that they invite us to their meeting. And we invite, structure by structure, the way you have put yourself. Don't close shop. This is a time you should be excited about how you are, not you, your area is being counted as going to be part of this city that the president said he dreamt of. Thank you.
Okay, before I hand over to the Honorable Premier, I would like to request our guests that are standing at the back there. I see empty chairs here. I think we can still sit, and then as the Honorable Premier is coming up, like in any program, the program director will always talk about a car. If you are driving JTX 659EC, JTX 659EC, we are told that you will not be able to go home if you do not get to your car and fix the lights that are on there. Your battery is being depleted.
Sizamkhulula ke uminister njengoba nibona ehamba kodwa amagosa alapha director generals are here, will continue with this program. Nani ndiza apha ke ngaphambili ngokuba ndiyayibona le upward delegation ingenza abantu bangawuphendula imibuzo yabo. Program director is a Deputy Director General eofisini ka Premier responsible for women. Sawuqala pha kuyuphendulisa. Yiyo le ndize apha ngaphambili. So wonke umuntu kwindawo ahlele kuyabe ready banzamnika ipaseli yakaphendule. Ndizele londo apha ngaphambili. Minister uzamile ukucoverisha eminye imibuzo. Of course, seriously, the question which was raised by umuntu wokuqala uColombile, if ndikhumbula kakuhle, were unemployed social workers, unemployed graduates, as is the social workers. I know the department has got about 530 plus vacancies on social workers, and they are working towards that recruitment. Ngokomthetho, they've got an annualized rate of 5% increase yoku recruiter social workers. Siyaqonda ke ngokuba sibasa esikolweni asibasi ngokwala 5%, they go to school more besenza that profession, which doesn't necessarily mean that all of them will have to be employed by government, but I know most of them are funded by government. But also the private sector is available to do that in terms of recruitment. So there is that initiative that government is doing. Unyanisile ke usisi, kwingxaki esinazo, the moral decay we are experiencing every day in our society needs a bit of a professional intervention from social workers. The challenge of this pandemic, esijongene nayo, gender-based violence and femicide, also needs that psychosocial support that you are constantly needing there. I know amapolisa has social workers, be it correctional services, be it subs, etc. So the opportunities in government are there, but I understand the challenge that we are trying to get into that and recruit as much as we can so that they can help us deal with this problem. Umlenzana, on the mainstreaming of youth and set aside, etc. I think it's part of those challenges. I've been asking this question myself as a premier. That includes all the designated groups, not only the youth. We've been saying that we're trying to mainstream these groupings and how to ensure that. But umthetho, the PFMA, MFMA, neminye imithetho, is any limitations on that. That's why Mr. Majege, the HOD, our provincial treasurer, I would like him to make a comment on this provincial preferential procurement regime we have also developed. He's also here, Mr. Majege. So uzawuselwa imic ngexesha lakhe akwazi ukukhomenta, because we hear colleagues in an indaba. This indaba is meant to disseminate information. This indaba is meant to assist us on awareness, to know what is going on around us and how our people can access information for their own personal development. Sikwi-workshop, sikwi-Imbizo, Gorha ngoku. Xa uzawufuna enye imbizo ekwenye indawo, sikwi-Imbizo ngoku enomama abaninzi, and i-theme yale mbizo ithi sijonge ukakhulu ukunceda oomama nobanika i-information. Yonke la presentation ibisenziwa apha ngumisa ibibonakalisa into yokuba urhulumente wenza ntoni kule program ye-Eastern Seaboard Development. And where you are as umama, whether in a business or in an NGO, how do you plug into that overall plan or master plan which was presented here by UMISA? So as summit after summit, but also it's not good to make sweeping statements, because we've got to be specific. Premier, no minister, no ban. As much as we avoid to be involved in procurement issues, but we must be specific. If we pay to department, let that not be generalized as government of Eastern Cape. Reduce it where the problem is, so that from here we know how to deal and tackle with that problem once and for all. Because we can't have a government that continues to be portrayed as a government that is not caring. From where I am, this government is seriously caring. We're doing everything in our power to make sure that our people are well looked after. Part of those problems is the intervention in social security grant. The bigger percentage of beneficiaries ngabantu abangomama, because we know we've got so many female-headed households. We've got so many child-headed households. That's a relief that government is doing just to demonstrate the element of caring. Yabona ke ingxaki ke lanto ye business ne tenders ne procurement. Nike nifuna usixoxisa loo nto apha into okokuba befana ii-tenders ziqala kum zobiwe phaya zibheke njani kwabanye abantu. Asikwazi ukuyenza loo nto. But I'm happy that amagosa karhulumente alapha because asuzuthi we are prioritizing designated group being women, being youth, being people with disability. But in real action, when we are doing things in government offices, we are doing opposite. Asifuni ke okhala abazawugada ibigosa lenza ntoni amagosa lapha, they must understand this. That's why ndifuna umama uSokutu azophendula about some of the issues that we are also doing to help women in this province across the socio-economic spectrum. I think the same issues of the Gunalani, disability challenge, then how do we make sure that we are reaching out? Yes, of course, some are making such initiatives that like the Green Energy Initiative at Tetangai. To what extent are we able to assist? There's by OTP Kukwamagosa Akona Lab, act as the frontline service deliverers. Part of them is to monitor the policy implementation and help us to understand about there are challenges where we are not also doing things right. Izolo besinikezela isikolo kwenye indawo ekuthiwa kusemjanyana. Last week on Thursday besinikezela isikolo ngapha eNgqushwa eNtyatyambo, isikolo esakhiwe nge-80 something million. Esayizolo isikolo sakhiwe nge-128 million, sakhiwe ngumuntu ongumama, and 50% of the overall beneficiation, which was quite interesting for me, were women. But the main contractor which was building that school was umuntu ongumama here in the province. So I'm saying there are a lot of those we can mention about them, but it's important that we speak from a very informed point of view. We package. I think leadership, your women's organization, SAWIC and others can sit down with government and begin to unpack and unbundle everything. That's why ndithi ngoba ndiye eParliament ndithi ndixeleleni sanondixelele uba yiyo li set aside. Ndifuna in the overall spend, if urhulumente wase-Eastern Cape has got about 85 billion budget from equitable share. 65% of that goes to the cost of employees, of which many of them are women who are benefiting out of that. But that remaining 35%, which is for goods and services, I want specific answers there that show how many women that have benefited out of that, so that we are able to monitor the overall implementation plan karhulumente. Kudala ke I don't know bakwenza kantoni kule nto ye-access yomhlaba komama. Apha ezilalini wonke umhlaba nenxiwa lelo muntu ongumama. Akukho muntu ucandela nxiwa apha, nazi inkosi. Akukho soka like licandela inxiwa nje ke basekumnandi ngoku abantu bezabela bezakhela besenza zonke izinto. Ngaphambili umuntu ayicandela inxiwa ngumuntu onenkosikazi. Inikwe elanxiwa enelanxiwa lele nkosikazi. Uba ngabe ufuna uthatha wesibini uzawuphuma apha ushiye la nkosikazi uyocandela inxiwa lakho. So le access yomhlaba komama kudala yona even from the previous regimes iyindlela that was anchored in the systems obomi bethu. But the issue is siyavana apha into yoba when you talk economic development, you talk factors of production. In this case, you talk land, you talk capital, you talk human resource, you talk entrepreneurship. That's why we bring in the element yabantu abatsha, because we're not going to talk about this economic development if we don't bring in the innovation which was spoken about here, which we more heavily rely on from young people in particular. So that creativity or innovation and the entrepreneurship part of it. That's why it's a problem ngale tendering system, Mr. Majek. The tendering system doesn't appreciate really innovation, doesn't appreciate the entrepreneurial skills. Uthi ngoku unombono uneproposal yakho oyiphupheleyo wayicinga wayibhala phansi, xa ufika kurhulumente kuthiwa sinawukwazi usebenza nawo because le nto funeka iye kwi-public tender. Yawukhushwa kwi-public tender nomuntu ongazange ayicinge noyicinga ahamba ayothendarisha, ahambe ethenga iskill apha kubantu abaneskill kuba ufuna itender. So we're looking at how best are we looking. I know nationally
There's a discussion around reviewing the very same procurement regime, that is the tendering system, because it frustrates the entrepreneur part of the development of government. Ayibaniki abantu abanemibono nabakwazi ucinga. So entrepreneurs are now really struggling. They only benefit out of the, what you call it, as in those KFC and franchise and other things. So, but we need it more than that from a government point of view. Hence, we are really looking at that from a very transformative point of view. Umam Mkapa can talk more about government plans for access yabantu abangomama and overall in terms of support in the business, etc. Also from the national point of view. I know ebeke waphaya kwa small business development ngoku ukwelinye icandelo, but that information still resides. Even here, there are opportunities that are being created for business to access. That's why we've developed for young people something called Iskalo. Iskalo can give young people up to 3 million grant. Up to 3, and we are giving young people across this province, and we've been moving around this province, giving the young people that opportunity. Phaya sikunika noba ucheba inhloko zabantu, noba wenza inhloko zabantu, noba wenza izihlangu, noba ufuna 100,000, ukuphuhlisa lo mbono nawo, we are able to assist you. Udirector wala program kuthiwa nguMiss Yanga Tanzi ngwalapha eNtabankulu. Uphaya ofisini kaPremier, ujikeleza lonke eliliphondo ngesivini nesikhulu ukuzama ukunceda abantu abatsha. Young people must follow that. It is not only that, there are also other areas that our SMMEs can be assisted, KoSIFA nakwezinye government agencies that are meant to assist young people. Andiyazi ke meya waseNyandeni ukutheni uzoyithetha apha lento yesoya beans, ndiyaqala noyifa bendilindele uba uphendule into zithethwa apha ngabantu. Kungenjalo uze kurhulumente into yoba government, here is a catalytic project eNyandeni, flagship yethu ye-LED. How do you work with us? Because ayincedi le nto uzoyithetha apha ngo Mayor. But I'm saying please still follow that process, due process, so that government can support that initiative and make it a success as you have initiated as Ningo Maspala. I do agree with you, Mr. Tilai. Part of these challenges, if you give as cooperatives and SMMEs fishing licenses, wawugqiba ungazenzeli boat uthi maziyothengisa ezi licenses kwaba belungu kudala bejikeleza kwelulwandle bethatha inhlanzi, kuthathwa inhlanzi apha zihambe ziyonkonkxwa eKZN okanye eKapa njalo njalo. Zonke iifactories ezazinkonkxa inhlanzi apha ngapha eGqeberha zemka zavala zabheka ngapha. By Ocean's economy master plan that we've developed, well researched through the Nelson Mandela University, we are trying to revive and resuscitate that particular sector of our economy so that we are able to work. We are working with the Department of that department Ibrahim Patel, Mamkab, DTIC, to ensure that as environmental affairs enika abantu licenses ngapho, environmental affairs and fisheries, DTIC must be able to come on board with the economic development to say, how do we assist these SMMEs with boats so that they can fish around this? It is part of overall plan as now oceans economy. So HOD wakwa economic development kuthiwa uzawuthetha ke ngezi zinto anike information ncakasana because le platform yakhelwe loo nto namhlanje. Uyabona umama uNontutuzela uMC Nqatha uzawukhomenta apha ngale nto into okwenza ne-land use and land use management, Spluma, etc. uMC such arable land that is here. Besides that, we have got a huge arable land this side. The commercial farming in the province has been happening on the other side of the province, where there is not much land. The eastern part of the province has got a huge arable land that we need to address the problem of pluma, the problem of land use, with our people appreciating that abatyali izimali xa befuna utyala imali kwi-agriculture funeka beze kweli cala. Zonke ezo nto zoke siyazijonga, siye kulima umbona siwulimele usaphesheya. Awuzukwazi udala amathuba omsebenzi ukhulisa uqoqosho xa uzawulima umbona uhambisa. You must process laa mbona into umngqusho, so that laa mngqusho create amathuba omsebenzi, create as well this value addition that we are looking forward. Umama uBham Mgwanya andikho le permit athetha ngayo. I hope that abanye abantu bebembambile le permit. Whatever permit efunwayo, government is doing permits. That permit mayenziwe abantu be permit babalapha bakarhulumente. Uyazazi wena mntu kula permit ubungubani bekuthethwa ngayo apha. Hamba uze nala permit. Aba bantu bafumane permit yabo. Abantu abangomama baya recognize kakhulu umama Mbete. Singaba nje asikafikeleli ke kumuntu wonke. But I can tell you a presentation enokwenziwa apha will make you change your mind if you believe that abantu abangomama aba recognize. The fact that we have done that policy regime, we have created legislations to look at how best are we assisting the designated groups, it tells you that there is a political will. DDG so good have been saying this point. Xa sithi umsebenzi wethu kukucoordinator neza special programs units zisemasebeni, senza ntoni ngomntu ongumama othi ndinguyelo ndiyathunga ndifuna uncedwa ndithengelwe machines. I know government is doing that every day. We're handing out machines, sewing machines and other things for abantu abangomama, but that must be properly coordinated. Ndiyafuna ke DDG so ukuthi xa ubuyela apha ungabi nguprogram director uthi phansi kwesandla sika premier wenza ntoni pha eOTP ukuphendula izinto. I think the Mr. Konjwayo uviwe pha Buyelembo Development Initiative, they were clear. I think you can just have a bilateral no MISA so that ezinye izinto singazi cloud up and see how best we can assist. I was just trying to be overall. I'm saying I don't want to make political statements. Development needs microeconomics. Micro. And we're saying in the province and the district, local, let's be preoccupied with microeconomics. Leave national to handle the issue of macroeconomics. For us, develop the policy framework. We need to zoom into what the microeconomics, this way we're talking about factories, etc. As government, we are reviving almost these industrial parks we had, Vulindlela, Somerset East, Queen's Industrial Park, Komani, Ngapa, Fort Jackson's, Dimbaza, etc. But uesho diwa economic development xa ethetha uphi ukhona nankuya uMiss Mama nguyelwa uzawuthetha apha anike ezo details zinjalo so that wonke umuntu olapha amke ecacela amasebe karhulumente enzelwe nina. Let's go there, because awuzukwazi urun business nge-crowd. I-business ifuna wena. And government must be able to assist you in your business to succeed. We are not going to politicize the arrangement yokunceda abantu. We've done that. We've set up policies. We've created proper transformative regimes to assist our designated groups. Kaungene ke Mr. Majeke. Ube songena ke MEC Tikana kulento yendlela. Just overall, because the road infrastructure network is critical. Nakulento sithetha ngayo. Ube songena MEC ndiyacherisha ngoku hlala phansi mamsokulu ube songena MEC Nqatha uthethe ngalento yomhlaba nenkosi ekuthethwa ngayo apha kuba nomnye Machapho ungangena nawe ke usuyiphe nje uba ungathetha ntoni na angena oqala ngena Mr. Majeke Mnikeni Mike. Ndiyibonile la upward delegation kaMamsokoti ngamenza athi run away with the matter ye. Angaphenduli.
Manibulise kuwe Kolombuso. We honorable ministers ezikhona, MECs, mayors, DGs and all colleagues.
Mr. Majekelo, the head of department yakwa provincial treasurer abangazange bambona. Walapha Qumbu. Walapha Qumbu, qhuba ke bhele.
Kolombuso ozon kaloku pha kuqumbu sasenza iganzi ngelento zembiza so ndiyoyika yebo bose banilandele ngazo. Just to be short and straight to the point, you've touched a lot in terms of now the need for a procurement, preferential procurement. Okay, yes. The reason why there was a preferential procurement regulation dealing with it, because we got to realize about implementation, especially the transformation part, was something which was missing. Yes, previously we did mention broad-based black economic empowerment. So in 2007, the part which we included then, designated group, women, youth, I think including the military veterans and all of them within the context, was exactly to allow the process of a transformation. Leave alone that it is exactly the part which is the challenge, as you've heard in court. Of course, we could have done better, maybe legally, in dealing with it. I think now it's not like that transformation agenda is not going to happen, because it must really happen. And that is why now, at least for now, interimly, we said as much as e-procurement is more or less, call it, there's been a delay in terms, especially those over above 30,000. But there is regulation, of course, interim one, which dealing with it. But permanently, we acknowledge that e-transformation must happen. I'm not saying it should happen. I'm saying it must happen. And that transformation must be implemented by e-departments, by local government, by everyone else who's part of government. And I think we need to make that concerted effort, which you spoke about how do we enable within, when there's a procurement, at least be flexible to allow, but be fair at the same time. Because sometimes the flexibility results to everyone else, coming into, but still becoming fair.
Mayigqithekele maye ngoba ndithathe apha ixesha labanye abantu. Isizisa apha nabo MEC apha bebabini. Into endifuna nje la review ifunwayo. Nango MEC emveni kwakho, naba emveni kwakho sisi.
Enkosi, Honorable Premier, Honorable Deputy Minister, MECs, President, Deputy Executive Mayors, Councillors, inkosi zonke, noluntu lonke olukhona. Honorable Premier, mandiqale ngelithi, it is a fact that roads zethu zi-enable economic development. But the challenge in the province is the backlog. The backlog province now, as we speak, is 64 billion rands. The department is allocated for roads infrastructure, 1.9 billion rand. For ukwenza bridges, resilient, everything else. So the December disasters were costed 2.6 billion. Ukwezi zenzekayo ngonixopha apha kungena i-messages zebhrorho eziwayo ekusafuneka ezikhostiwe ziyo-edisha ku-2.6 billion. Ndiqala apha ke Premier because there are mayors whom I know that have been sending messages nge-bridges zazo eziwayo ne-intervention eziyicelayo. Ndifuna zi-understande the predicament esikuyo. If now we'll go for assessment and do costing, sicele ku-National Disaster Fund ukuba ngaba sawufumana. We've done that ngo-December, sawuphinda senze njalo. But for the 1.9 billion rand now, ayizukwazi ukwenza yonke lento siyithethayo siyibonayo. With the R61, the Eastern Cape government, through the Office of the Premier, indeed has done handover of some roads with R61 to Sanral, with R61 included from MTHATHA to Beaufort West, kwi-border ye-Western Cape. Bezikade ke ezandlela zisenziwa, ipart ibe ye-province, ipart ibe yeka-Sanral. But the Eastern Cape government has decided to hand over wonke u-R61 ukwenzela into yoba sibe nendlela efanayo eyi-national road. So R61 will be national road immediately. Baqalile ke with planning, we've made handover, uyomsebenzi ebesesiwenza, whether they were consultants or now, the processes of handing over those to Sanral have started. E-administration is finalizing that. Akunikezelwanga yena yedwa ke, kunikezelwe nezinye indlela. There were 5 in the province, but our plan is to hand over indlela eziku 1,500 kilometers. Because uSandral utargete u-35,000, bebese ku-22,000, we've given them kwi-5 roads esibanike yona u-370. We'll be adding 1,500 roads, iqhasha snack, ipart yezo ndlela zihanjisiweyo no R61 nezinye eKrisani, but ngoku there's a process where the Honorable Premier will sign off another sets of roads to Sanral into kokuba ancedisane ne-province. That is done because of the backlog we are having, and we want to concentrate in some of the roads, but also interventions we are doing to local municipalities. Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Bendibaza sisibachazela ba landlela isuke eVicesville ibheke Coffee Bay. It is being attended to. Now the minister has gazetted the road. You can explain.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Indlela esizifakileyo the first 5 ezizikade zethwe nguminister ngu-R61 wonke, all the portions ibize ze-Eastern Cape province. Ibe yindlela eye-Vicesville, Vicesville to Coffee Bay, nayo siyifakile. Ibe yindlela iqhasha snack Matatiele to qhasha snack 1 siyifakile. Ibe yindlela esuka ku R61 via Ncocha to Cala. Those are the roads. I might be forgetting the 5th one, but there are 5 indlela ezigazethiweyo ezisizazifaka ngoku. There will be more than 10, but as we were ready with designs and consultants, so Sanral won't delay ekuzenzeni. But ndingadlula ndithi other phases akwenziwa is phase 2 of Hluleka, R61 to Hluleka now. Bayagqibezela the kilometers ebezishekile, but kwi-second quarter yale nyanga sabe senza i-handover yala ndlela nemadwaleni ngokunjalo. Those are the roads esizenzayo currently. Andizungena kuzo zonke, but those are the key roads. We've taken a decision that xa besiyiqalile indlela funeke siyigqibe singayiyeki phakathi. Ndiyabona umeya waseMhlonhlo undijongile ufuna ezakhe ziyogqityezelwa, zazishiywe kudala eziya zaba kwiplan xa sigqibe ezi sesiziqalile. Ndiyabulela kakhulu, Honorable Premier.
Enkosi kakhulu ndibulise kuwe ngulumbuso, ndibulise ku Deputy Minister, MEC, Executive Mayors no Speaker, abantwana begazi Barthamo naSalfred Nzoba bahlekazi, kumntu wonke okhoyo apha namagosa aphezulu karhulumente nabahlali ngokubanzi. Eneneni ngumcimbi lona weSipluma suthathele ingqalelo. Naxa besidibene apha sizinkosi, not sizinkosi adiyonkosi mna. Sidibene apha nenkosi. Kamba sethi nesikhahlelo ngoku sidibene apha nenkosi. Sasivana ngalento ngolumbuso bakubalekile bakusetyenziswana. Ngoba indlela yolawulwa komhlaba ingxamela uba yesheshe kakhulu. Nto leyo ebeke emngciphekisweni inkqubo yezophuhliso. Abantu bakha naphina nakwindawo ekufanele uba nakulinywa kuzo. Abantu bakha naphina nakwindawo ezibeke emngciphekisweni ubomi babo. Siveneke uba sawusebenzisana nenkosi ukwenzela uba sibe nayo i-provincial legislation. Sikwelo phulo ke ngosumkhokta ukwenzela i-provincial legislation umthetho walapha ephondweni ukwazi ukukhawulelana nezinye izinto ezizikhalo kwicala labantwana benkosi nendima yabo apha kwi-land administration. ukwenzela uba kungagilagilwana phakathi koceba kunye nabantwana benkosi sonke sisebenzisane phansi kwale nkqubo ye-DDM ukwenzela uba uphuhliso lubheke phambili. Enkosi kakhulu.
Enkosi sondela ke DDG sokuthi neprogram yakho uyawubona uyamnika ke uMachapha lento yokusetyenziswa komhlaba ngendlela engeyo enye yengxaki esele sinazo kule ndlela yase Vigisville ebheke Coffee Bay abantu babokhe along the road so la ndlela kafuneka yenziwe iwidenishwe yenye ye problems asikwazi ukokha indlela esuke airport ebheka edolophini 4 lanes double lanes so indlela izawufika airport ime because abantu baseMandela bokhe phezu kwendawo ehamba indlela awukwazi uku-integrate ngoku properly the eastern part of the province ne border and the western side through the railway line because abantu bokha along isporo setrain xa kufuneka itrain ihambile pha ezigoods zithutha impahla zizawuqhekeza izindlu zabantu siyabacela abantu stay away from the developmental routes because ezanto zenzelwe abanye abantu bayokokha phezu kwesipolo setrain umuntu okhe indlu yakhe enkulu mhla itrain inqumla lapha iyayiqhekeza lana uzawusheka unengxaki so siyabacela ke abantu bakuthi into ba we've got really bigger plans to develop our province and we are clear on the oceans economy as a niche, we are clear on cannabis, as you see, we are clear on tourism to unlock the potential of wild coast. We are doing all those issues also from a minerals exploration point of view. Imbizo ba athi uShell seze apha ezokhangela igas neoil agxothwe ngabantu abahlala eGauteng nase Durban nakwezinye indawo nemizi emikhulu edeveloped azosebenzisa abantu bethu abahluphekayo along the coast kutoyitoyo kohamba amke uShell ayofumana le oil apha eNamibia funeka simke apho siyoqashwa eNamibia lento siyiqhelileyo izolo bebe announce now the biggest reserves ngapha eNigeria. We do have all these natural endowments on our coastline. Let's talk with our people inkosi abantu understand about le development ayo yabantu abathile yeye province yeye South Africa yeye to sonke siyacela ke kulondo sisebenzisane. These platforms are meant for that. Imbizo yomama sizawuyenza siyi office of the premier nangu mama Sokutu uzawuyojonga ba siyenzela ntoni into endingasayifuniyo zizililo ngozika Nemi xa sibheke emeetingini masifike sifocus sisebenze kuzi proposals sibheke phambili enkosi.
Thanks, Honorable Premier. I will come. I request that. I request that, Honorable Premier, before I come in, I hand over to Mr. Vimba. I think there are two specific questions that were addressed to MISA, and then I request that I afford Honorable Deputy Minister Kapa an opportunity. After this, she is going to be the first one to take the podium, and then all those areas that pertain to her area, I request with Imbeko and Honorable Deputy Minister that you take them at that time. To time but 2 minutes.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Swelegazi. Ukona ubhuti obe khan libamba nje igama lakhe wena nalani green energy. Yeah, I think yena masdibane naye bilateral enze basikwazi basibone basisebenzisana njani naye. Kodwa ndifuna uyigcinisa into yokuba sisebenza kakhulu nomasipala. And asisebenzi nje sodwa sinomasipala sine departments khona structures ezikhoyo so ngizomcacisela ngazo kuphindela sikwazi ba le program eniqalileyo sibona ba si integrate njani kwi process lena sikuyo. Lo mbuzo ke uphendula noviwe naye uviwe sizokwenza kanjalo angayifumana numbers zami sisebenza nomasipala sisebenza nenkosi so yonke into esiyenzayo asikwazi ba siye kwi structures ezingapha komasipala nenkosi without umasipala nenkosi. Mr. Mathwasa uye wa raise ke omnye umba enaqonda awukho relevant for this meeting kodwa yenza uphendule lo bakuthiwa kubhatalwanga abantu hayi babhatele Mr. Mathwasa So bapatelwa abantu, so akho ngxaki yongabhatelwa kwabantu ngoku. Yeah, and course, I think those were the questions. Premier was plenulwa zonke ezinye questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Vimba. I would like to add to what the Honorable Premier was saying on some of the issues. I'm not going to be long. On the monitoring, Belekazi, of the beneficiation regulation, in addition to what Mr. Majeke and Honorable Premier have said, I do want to indicate that starting from this year, we have enforced that in all departments, we've set targets, although when we did that, it was before the preferential procurement regulations were challenged. But in each department, we want now, as departments do their work, to make sure that they have this provision for women, for young people, for persons with disabilities. And within the Office of the Premier, already, Tina, we've been doing that for the past 2 years, where we would set some budget, where we would say that for this one, it's going to be 40% that is going for women. Ndithetanje, at the end of this month, esiphuma kuyo uMarch, we had spent procurement yethu in the Office of the Premier ngenyanga kaMarch iyodwa. We had spent 38 million rand in goods and services, and of that 38 million rand, 18.1 million rand, which is 46%, went to women-owned businesses. So siyaqhuba ke phaya Office of the Premier. And then okokugqibela, we are coordinating women development programs, and in the province we've got departments such as Department of Social Development. That department already, if we are looking at what they've put aside this year, they've got about 34.1 million rand that is set aside for women development. Last year alone, they spent about 30 million rand on women-owned businesses, kulando kuthiwa sanitary dignity program, and they continue. Those women-owned businesses are across the province. Whether you go to Dr. Da, you've got Paya organizing women through industries or by women in agriculture and rural development. They are benefiting as farm owners, they are being supported. The list goes on, Honorable Premier. I think when we are having that Imbizo, we can start by tabulating what we have done and how to access those. And then lastly, Umama Waseslovo talked about development. One of the things that we're doing, working with Odedeyet, is to assist women, empower them with various skills, whether it's core business management skills, how to make their books, or it is about business management and even accessing these opportunities, because as Honorable Minister said, ulwazi ngamandla. So we've got those programs, but they will provide details in that Imbizo. Allow me, Honorable Premier, to put a comma there because of time. Then at this point in time, okay. Then at this point in time, I would like, as I'm giving over to the DG, DG responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Just 1 minute, DG. Then after that, we are going to take the last set of presentations. But just prepare yourself. After the DG, I'm going to ask you to do something very important. Over to you, DG.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I requested the Premier to share this with all the leadership in the province. Ngoba kaningi, we hear people talking about the Constitutional Court decision, and the understanding in most of the instances is that the court decision was saying it is wrong to empower those which are from the previously disadvantaged group. The Constitutional Court decision, Beiti, in National Treasury, was not mandated to develop the regulations. Godwa, the Constitution, the Act itself, they empower each institution, each department, or even the provinces to develop their own economic empowerment policies. So each department, each sector, each agency, a government must develop its own policy. In that way, policy yabo we will be responsive to abantu abaku sector yabo. And I think it will even work better because then women, youth and persons with disabilities will not be restricted to 30% as subcontractors, but they will benefit from the policies themselves. So I wanted to clarify that ukuthi municipalities must develop their own policies to empower people within their municipalities. The constitution didn't stop that process. It's just that it's giving them the powers to develop policies. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, thanks, DG. At this point in time, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable MEC responsible for COCTA in KwaZulu-Natal province, Honorable MEC Hlomka. MEC, we were just raising the hands. If you can just wave where you are seated. There is the MEC responsible for COCTA. I told you that this is not just a provincial Imbizo, a continental. At this point in time, I'm also understanding that there are questions that have been logged through our Zoom link. I'm going to get those questions and I will deal with them. I would further like to acknowledge in our presence the Queen of Amaxhosa, Queen Nonzuzo Sicao. Kumkanikazi, I would like you to wave your hand where you are seated. Siyabulela. At this point in time, I would like, where you are seated, if you have never stood up, I would like you to stand up, just to check if you can still stand up. Ungathi to pelele up. And then, as you sit down, I'm going to ask upon Honorable Deputy Minister responsible for agriculture, land reform and rural development, Honorable Deputy Minister Chapa. Can you just stand up if you are able, just for 1 second as the Honorable Deputy Minister is coming up? Ndoyika uba uthi xa sefuneka ugoduka uqonda uba hey awusakwazi nophakama masiqonde ngoku imeko yomntu ngamnye so that we are able to deal with them. You can stretch your arms so that you can test if you are still going to be able to drive your vehicle.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mandiphakame ngokukhulu ukuzithoba ndenje njalo ke ukunika inhlonipho kwabo bafanele luzuko indlu yenkosi abaseburhulumenteni ngokwezigxina ze-executive bonke abantu abakhoyo apha abangabona babaluleke kakhulu i-guest ke zika-minister no-premier ngokumenywa kule ndlu. I will specifically also acknowledge u-MEC uTata uHlomuka and say thank you very much. We've been looking forward to meet because we are sharing borders with the Eastern Cape. Whatever we talk about, it would help if we go beyond and also on the other side, so that if we occupy the corridor, we can talk about the coastal city with Ugu, Alfred Nzo, or Tambo district without necessarily talking as those who occupy the coast. That's why I appreciate your coming here. But when I was trapped in your city yesterday, I was able to bring along 2 ladies that have assisted working around Ilembe. And nazi noba siphelele nisekhona apha. There's no money that has been located so far to them, but when I went to escort, a lot of complaints being young women about how they have applied and, in my department, but were not assisted. I said to them, what they are doing is excellent.
But what we need is that they must go out and tell me who are other women who are doing the same, who might have also such complaints. So they brought to me from around Ilembe. And I said, I won't work with them if they come and complain and do not say how much land is available. Bantwana begazi. They went to some traditional leaders who called me and say, Mafaku, nazo zonke izizwe ezikhoyo, uthe umntana egazi eKZN, pa una 10,000 set aside land for women. So lendo yenkosi nomhlaba iqhomekeka ekubeni wena ufuna umhlaba usisichumani kangakanani na. Andikazange ndilubone uthando kuvele kuliwe lungekacelwa nocelwa. Ndivuye kakhulu kangangokuba tata uHlomuka siza kuya kuba nomama unqobile, I think Shabalala, ungumuntu ongumama, ungumntana egazi, uthi ke bona babenikwe umhlaba kwakhona lengxaki yeCPA ebenditheke kuye. Sakuhlala phansi kuba into ephambili kuthi silisebe egameni lika minister no president. Lo msebenzi unikwe kakhulu utata umcebisi Skwatsha. Kuba njengoba sino minister uThoko Didiza, yena unguyena muntu ungu overall osiqokolelayo kwenzela uba singalwi ngelane esigijima kuyo. Mna ke yena uqondene nemihlaba. Kangangoba ke zinkosi eziza lapha kwelicala lempuma koloni ebezingeka yiwa kuzo kulento ye-land tenure system. Kodwa kwezininzi njengoba bekuthiwe kumle nhlanganiso yeyempuma koloni phela selezibonile kulento ye-land tenure system. Wayibuyisa nereport eya eParliament. Lento ke tata uMathwasa ye-land tenure system ayohlukanga kulento uyithethayo yesplum. Kuba ingxaki nina bantu bazinkosi belali jikelele kudala nabanesplum. Isplum ngesibuzwa ezinkosini simply because isplum bekukhona into ekuthiwa ngudoburhasi. Kungabiywanga kodwa ugwetywa xa uthe wadlisa kuyo kuba yeyenkomo. Bekukhona ireserves indawo ekungayiwayo kuzo ngaphandle kuba kuyiwe ebusika. Sisplum eso ukuthi lona umhlaba ngowemfuyo, lona ngowemizi, kodwa ihlonitshwe nalento yokuyiwa kwi-waterways ezenza imilambo kwakhiwe kuzo namhlanje kuba lamandla ebephaya ezinkosini okuqinisekisa into yoba awakhi kwi-waterway kuba ubulala isizwe sonke, yonke imilambo engasezantsi ayizuba namanzi. Lo mcimbi ke tata uMisa MEC for ukhokta ndiqinisekile umane uzibona i-missed calls zam uthi xa ubuyela nam ndibe sendikwezi ntlanganiso zixakileyo zininzi kakhulu. Uyabona ke into bendikukhangelela yona yiyona le yokuba andiqondi uba kukho umthetho ofunekayo kulento yokuthi makungakhiwa emasimini, not unless we want to face the second rural poverty. Ukuba ngaba lamasimi njengoba ezibhanki ngawo la silima kuwo utata uSkwatsha ukwelo candelo kodwa akanawo maphezu kwabantu abanamandla kuba amandla apha kwesasigodi saseGqwalibomvu akubantu baseGqwalibomvu. Uminister into ayiphetheyo yi-trust, uholda lo mhlaba on trust for rural communities. The issue was about the title deed. And kukho ingxabano ekhoyo ethi because kukhona umcimbi we-title deed and therefore you can exclude kwi-investment abantu be-rural. It's not true. Masithethe nyani. I-permission to occupy ngaphandle uzawuthi mayi-upgradewe, but for years lama siwa inherita from utatomkhulu katata notatam ukuzoma kuwe Ndlalifa awuzange wakwathathwa wena umise ngale permission to occupy. Endithi ke ngoku thina pha eburhulumenteni silwe nalento ithi why don't you recognize what you had even before what you have now? Thina lo mhlaba sasingena title deed wawungathengwanga futhi wawungazuthengiswa. So kwakukho le permission to occupy uqinisekisa into yoba mandenze umzekelo ukuba usa i-service delivery DG noba ngophu DG no HOD, if usa i-service delivery une-political will awusokuze uphume ungayenzanga lo service. Umzekelo uba uye elalini inemizi eyi-200 amasimi kadla ngonikwa imizi households nobuthi ke zii-crawls ngokwakudala kwakuthiwa yi-crawl kwabe kwathiwa yi-homestead. Now if you go there uthi 200 uthi wena unikezwe amasimi aba bantu bayi-200 i-maximum mhlawumbi ku-3 hectares. Uthi ke ngokweza hectares uya kuzo zi-200 equal to le mizi times 3 hectares. How much is that? Isn't that a farm? It's a whole farm, but yenziwe kakuhle kule farm seyisispluma because so na 3 hectares each family times 200. Masingalityaziswa zinto ezingekhoyo and nezinto emazisilibazise mazingaphumi kwakuthi. Ingathi intsha ngokule nto yelali yathi uninzi lwabantu abalapha nabangapha ePitoli bonke bafunda ngamasako ombona neenkabi zenkomo zilinywa kwi-same land. So we cannot complain into about the laws of this country. These are the laws that we have introduced on top of what was there. Yabona ke into endicela uba ke sivumelane bendikukhangelela yona MEC wakwaKhokta ibile yokokuba MEC wakwaKhokta ibi just one lento amakhosikazi ndiwahloniphe kakhulu amaqobokazana angalala emzini kufithokazi alapha endlini. Ingxaki esinayo aba baphambilana omama endingabarifera njenge-haves kukhawulezwa kufikwe kuwo. La asezilalini kuthiwa zii-have nots kungabikho mntu uyakuwo. Uyabona njengoba ndiphulaphule nje ndikhe ndiyikhangele nale nto kuthiwa yi-national something ubone uhlobo lwabantu abaphaya ukuba abaxubananga nabangathathi ntweni. Abantu abayayo ngabane-information abangena-information nangoku abazi basilapha sithetha on their behalf. Ndifuna ukuya phaa kufele khona ithole. Ndiya phaa kufele khona ithole. Uba singajonga kweli phetshana lam i-685 hectares in this country has been allocated kule current ndawo bekuthiwe nantsi imihlaba to women in South Africa. 685, 222 to young people, but you won't see it because ayikange iyofika phaa kufele ithole kubantu abasandufakwa kule nto yoba ngabantu abakhoyo. Isizathu saloo nto if kubalwa i-statistics se-unemployed women Why should it not increase ngexesha kuphethe thina? Kuba thina sikhulule abafazi abangoqhiyankulu noqhiyamnyama ukuba sebengaqashwa. Otherwise kwakuthiwa there are places in the kitchen. There are places edotyeni beyosika ingca. There are places emahlathini beyothenga inkukhu beyotheza inkuni. Today bayaziwa uba bangangena kwibusiness. That's why the numbers are high. Makungathi xa ngaba kusithiwa kukhona imali yokufundisa abantwana bamahlwempu abaqhela ukuzala izimbamgodi zokuya emobeni zokuya emgodini kuthiwe ke namhlanje abo bantu bayaya euniversity singxoliselwe ngokuthi urhulumente uba akho ndawo zokuhlala azikho because bezilingena abambalwa abakhethiweyo ngoku kukho nothathatha because uyapasa uyaya unemali. Siyafuna nje ukezibulelwe ezinye izinto. Ndihambe izolo kwelandlela besipha eairport singena ndlela ophuma ngenxa yemvula. Ndidibene nonkosazana ekuthiwa ngowakwaJwarha eKZN. Undixelela uba ungulecturer kwi-UCT. Usagoduka ngoku. Esenza ke izinto ezine-accountant nezinkulu azibizileyo. Ndathi kum ukuba mnandi kwenhliziyo mntanam xa umnyama unje usuka kwilali zase-KZN usithi ngumhlohli kwi-University of South Africa i-UCT awawungena ukuyofunda oku namhlanje une-access athi mama ndiyazingca ngani kuba ndiyahlonitshwa ngoku ndinguye namntu utatanyiswayo kuba boyika ingathi bandigile kuba ndimnyama. Can't you see the work we have done? Futhi mandingabe ndincokola into ezikude. Here in OR Tambo, si producers ngulo masipala. Ndiyazi kakuhle lento nditshoyo. More than 100 graduates zifunda ngebasari ye-OR Tambo District Municipality. Abo bantwana hayi banamagama ngabalapha. Kwabo bantwana babefundiswa sasinomntu oqashiwe kuthiwa nguNkosikhona to coordinate zonke imasipala enzela uba umasipala benabantwana bayileyo euniversity. Yaye abo bantwana abazange babhatale nale ibhatalwayo. Bafumana 100% bursary apha eOR Tambo. Bakhona badla amazimba. Bayatitsha, bayasebenza. Ntona nje xa kusetyenzwa ndibaboni bethi baphosa amasenti kuqala babulele lento bayenzelwe zirhafu zabantu baseOR Tambo. Akwabi bangane zazela bakhe baphose nabo. Kweminye imizi bebebababini kuba ubuthi sele umsile lo ufike kukho omnye wakokwabo olanywa nguye okhutshwayo kube ngabhatalanga kuthiwe sosikani nicimele nibhatale. Yabona ke bomama no business no tata no business apha eOR Tambo kwakukho itarget yoba bangakhi abantu abazonikwa ithenda zokupheka batrainwe ukwenzela babenyuke badedela abanye. Ndingaxelela omama usaliwa omama usomhlahlo sebevela ucaterisha eRobben Island babeqale kuthi besinika amagwinyane ejem bezi-caterers. Today inye into endingaske ndiyicele kwi-district municipality ku-ECDC kukuba mabanikwe makuvela umhlaba uba nifuni kubapha sizowubhatala kuba they are ready to run the highest food courts you would see because batrainiwe basiwe overseas akho nto bangaxhotyiswanga ngayo into enayo ispace sidliwa ngabo bebehleli bekhona mabanikwe ispace umhlaba uyi-CDC yawuthengisa we are ready to buy for those women for that young people asele aba barani i-BNBs ufike kungamakamela nambalwa because umhlaba awukho ngoku lukhoyo mawube available sikwazi ukunika abano business benyuke babe phezulu imicimbi emikhulu yezwe lonke neya international ikibanjwe ngoba bakhona balapha Let's boost those who are already there. I'm ready for that. Ngoku unomama uSaka, unokayise, bonke abantwana bebethunga into ezithe zingathi ziphambilana. Inye iproblem yilento ba abanayo indawo yefactory. Ndibabiza ngamagama angahlupheki umuntu othungayo esasimnike umashini sibe asikange simkhankanye apha. Kodwa abo bona ba ready to start working. Into enayo umhlaba must be available. Sizogqibela ngayo le edolophu. Uyabona ke into endidolophu enkulu. Zoke nami ndibe ngumuntu ophuma esithi ngoku. Kwa ile sithi mna tata uVimba sekuyisithi nami endozibiza ngayo uba ndiyi Princess of Fondoland. Andilazi igama lesithi noba yifa kusithi noba intoni, but at least ndoba nento ngoku endibizwa ngayo. Ngaphandle kwesasitrato sinye sasiyi VMB, i-Village Management Board, uvuke sekuthiwa idolophu. Kwakuyintwana nje amaphoyisa ubanjwe nentwana yakwamantyi ugwetywe nejelanyana uyongena khona. Finish. Neposanyana uzufumana indoda imali evele endodeni yakho eGoli kuthiwa ke ngoku yidolophu. Ndiyayibulela iphondo laseMpuma Koloni. Apha uPremier akayibizanga intoba the poorest young people ndikabiza igama likaMvulana apha. Khona umfana wangapha ngaseMarhatshu yebantu yakwethu unegandaganda. Wayengenayo nefarm, wayiphiwa ilanto ikwaPremier kuthiwa sisiqalo. And some of the unemployed graduates zalapha e-Eastern Cape zifumene kuPepsi, zafumana kuSolidarity, zabe ezinye zinikezwe ngusiqalo inkukhu. Ndithetha nje ziyaqhuba. More than 500 abantu balapha ndibayeka bezwe lonke abafumene kulantu ucofa ucola inkukhu nokudla kwamahangu. Kangangoba abakucholeyo bade bakuthengise kuba kwamahangu awo bebengenawo kodwa ba-apply. Apho siyakhona masiphume ke ngoku sithi sine traditional authority leli tyala bendifuna ulicelela uxolo ko MEC apha. Aba masipala sibatargethileyo esesiqale kuwakhona amakhosikazi akhoyo apha. Andilazi nani abalilo kodwa bendingazi ubungabafumana abafazi babelela nani. Siqale kweya sesiphaqeni balapha abakhosikazi azomela i-traditional authority bahlekazi. Apha xa uzobabiza kho mntu awuphinda athi akho communication. Uya ku-chief, Timtanegazi, chayela bonke ozibonda bakho, nozitetyana bakho, i-locality nganye ize nabafazi abahlanu. Yicinge ke lebe siqale kuyo ina 23 localities times 5 women. Eholweni ngexesha elinye. Umama uGetsha is here. And I said, unozitetyana nguye makakhokhe phambili athi naba beyamilali. Naba basengcungeni, naba basegalatyeni kurejistwe pha umuntu ngelocality yakhe. Andityele ke ngomanga kamahangwa kwakhe. Zingakho inkukhu khanuke ziphi. Emva koko siyokwenza lento okuthiwa yi-production support center. Le izawukwenza uba i-tractors no more ndingacelwa i-tractors ziya kwi-mechanization center. Uzongena uthi ungumanyawuza, ungumkasonality, uzofuna i-tractor. Iyolima kwakho. Iphumile nencwadi ichube nyawuza ibuye ingene phana ihlale ithathwe ngumakhayisi. Soze kuthi ilahlekile yaye le production support unit izawukwazi uba ibe ne-diesel kuqatshwe ke ngurhulumente. Hayi uba ninikana igandaganda nijike niqatshelane nina nodwa ezigandaganda nilwe ngoba yena beyibhatele phi so iqatsha kuye nje. That is an old history. Asinophinda sithele ebhekileni evuzayo okokoko. Umcimbi endingawo ke apha. 1, ndiphuhlisa ilali kule yam ye-rural development. Ndiye ndiyibone ke imali ye-rural development seyigajaze esithi. Uxakwe ngokuba seyingathi ngokuna he abantu abaphuwa yeyelali, that is my space. Ndiyazazi ke ezinye isithi zalapha zinelali njengaleya phaya eBuffalo City. Kukho inkosi ezikhoyo pha, kukho ilali pha. So ifuneka ndiyazi ke into yoba some work must be done where there is a mega city. Ijiki benelali nenkosi. Ungabazi ke ngoba baqhubana kanjani pha ekansileni. Bayenza kanjani ibudget kule rural mega city. Uphinde ube neyokugqibela. Ndithe kuwe ndijongene nelali, that is my space. That's why ndizoncedwa ngo-MEC bakwaKhokta noKhokta uqobo. Iqine i-administration. How do we call for uba mani implement bebesisho onkosi base Free State okhosi kulambizo kamongameli uba bafuna uzenzela ezi zinto bona. Ingxaki ile yokuba banomuntu omnye oqatshiweyo ngu-administrator, akho kwa-organogram, akho kwanto. Izawuakhawuntelwa kanjani le nto uzoyinika bona in the form of money? Yile nto ndithi ke ngoku sendiyiqalile le nto ithi bonke amakhosikazi asezilalini makawuqinise za traditional authority for one reason makancinci. One reason. Uzobachola kanjani abantu belali xa bengekho organized under their traditional council. Into eqhubekayo pha. I do want to finish this one. Ethi apha yonke into enifuna uyenza ezilalini siziyekile zanto ze-co-op ezithi wena ungukumkani we-co-op ngoba uzoba lapha ube neza abayifuna abantu lento. Let's not impose into abangayaziyo abantu. Ufika belima benamasimo abo benamadlelo abo uthi wena mababe intwenye babe i-co-op balawulwe ngomnye umuntu ongoyenkosi yabo. Apha ngumuntu nensima yakhe, ngumuntu nenkomo zakhe, ekugqibeleni uba service isibongo.
Kosi. Thanks a lot, Nkosazana. You know, very profound input, very profound development principles, which we must learn a lot. Umtu nensima yakhe, umtu namahango akhe, ubuchumane buphele. I would like us to applaud Deputy Minister uthi yena uzaba ngu-princess of the city. Masimkhwabele ehlala phansi. On that note, we thank Deputy Minister for these advices, and we are left now with 2 speakers. And these 2 speakers, one is the head of department responsible for economic development, environmental affairs and tourism. Sis Miki, come forward, Sisi. A lot has been said, but you are going to start ulando ye development opportunities. Mrs. Mama. Aibo. Okay, whilst we are waiting for her, I saw, yes. Shall we applaud Mrs. Mama Umadlamini as she comes up? esibethela ke ngoba how do we access these opportunities? Over to you, HOD. Then after her, the last speaker must be ready for their time. Otherwise, we should be out of here at 2:30. Zinga-
minutes.
Okay then.
Good afternoon to honorable ministers, deputy ministers, premier, MECs, executive mayors. Sengicela momsokuthi ukuthi everybody that you acknowledged.
Yes.
Excuse me, I was running outside. I think uPremier uyitye yonke, but ke I have to say something. I'm just going to talk about the environment for incentives and the funding. So most of, some of the funds rather have been mentioned. But I think one clear responsibility that we have, which also came out of the presentation from MISA, also the presentations by the minister and premier, is that we all have a responsibility of positioning Eastern Cape as a destination of choice for investment. Investment opportunities were outlined. I'm not going to go through that. But I just need to say what also is coming, is glaring, even after Umam Mkapa has spoken, Deputy Minister, is that we all have a role. And I think municipalities are maybe underestimating the role they have to play in helping us attract investors to our space. So whether we're talking about the bylaws that the municipalities must have in place to ensure that investors land and are taken care of, whether we're talking about rates, reduced rates for investors. So all this need to be packaged and be ready. So whilst Premier and MECs are lobbying domestic and overseas investors, we must be ready at the municipalities for this to land. I just wanted to say that because investors could go anywhere. What is going to be the make or break? And these opportunities, how are we going to ensure that we play, we take the space and own the space in playing a meaningful economic role in those? So for government in terms of rating, let's talk about the seaboard for investment. We have a responsibility to fund economic infrastructure. We have started that. I'm just going to focus on this region. So most people, I'm sure, know about Vulindlela Industrial Park. Premier talked about the industrial parks, state-owned industrial parks. So here we're talking about the Vulindlela Industrial Park. We're also talking about the MTHATHA Wild Coast Industrial Park. So we, as far back as 2016, we're preparing for Wild Coast Special Economic Zone. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach that yet. So we have been designated industrial park, Wild Coast Industrial Park, Pai Airport. So that's a government. So both provincial government and national government through EDTIC have invested millions of rand for the security upgrade that you're seeing there, but also the bulk, stormwater. We're still looking for money for energy supply. So that is our role. So that has been done, but it's just a tip of an iceberg because we need top structure for investors to land. So just briefly on Wild Coast Industrial Park, I'm sure you have seen the opportunities. We also have I'll share the presentation with the Secretariat. We have also worked through, so Ikuha SEZ is our implementing agent, and they've been working with Omeya Upper in the local municipality and the district to ensure that there are people participating in work opportunities. The long-term jobs are going to be when the zone is operating, when the industrial park rather. But we've got a breakdown, and I have to admit, because Nzoiboni presentation, we don't have women yet, but we have young people. So out of 43, I think 29 are young people at the MTHATHA Wild Coast Industrial Park. So we are working obviously with the municipalities. The other outcry was that we bring people, when I say we, government in all these initiatives that are led by private sector, enabled by us, we bring people from outside the region. Khona umuntu othethe nge-socio-economic transformation. So I was saying to HOD, was a social development sitting next to me, excuse me, I've got a flu, that social transformation, social development is key. If we don't get the basics right, and I think Mr. Vimba uthethe skills and the FET colleges. So we need them to provide the supply of the skills so that they come from here. Otherwise, was also outside. But we have a labor center or labor office opened so that we have a database of the young people, both men and women and people with disabilities, so that they are available to access these work opportunities and jobs. I just want also lastly to say under investment, one area that is like a new block on the child, because we also, as this department, Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, responsible for environmental management. So when the Premier was talking, opening, he talked about the climate change. So one other aspect that we need to invest, and we are investing as DDIT, is the climate change. For this region, very sensitive region, I'm sure we all know. There will be work opportunities because we're talking about building a resilience to climate change, reducing carbon emissions. So you're talking about vegetation, removal of alien vegetation, wetlands removal, working for water. Those are work opportunities. And as I said earlier on, we rely on municipalities because we're going to work with municipalities. We work with municipalities even in the EPWP program so that the people from local areas here are participating in these programs. So that's another program that will also form part of the seaboard to ensure that we also start now with the mitigation for climate change. Before I talk about funding, I just want to say there's one area and bechilo ke umachemba wathi Zamanen City as Ubanban said, because most people covered this area of what I'm talking about. Social facilitation is important for investment, for development. Because we are witnessing under development, we are witnessing investors or potential investors pulling out, leaving the province. So that's another area, I think, to enable investment that we, and when I say we, it's an ecosystem. Whether it's Selali, no Kanye Town, no Kanye Pelokishin, but we need to ensure that everyone buys into this. It's a shared vision for all of us. Because if we are not sharing this vision of the Eastern Cape we're gonna find all the groups that are anti-development, anti-investment, and we lose out. The last one is a constraint now, a binding constraint, so that social facilitation is key to unlock. The last one, it has been talked about, is land. Land is going to be a limitation. I heard MISA have commissioned a study on renewable energy. We are also struggling, so we'll be working with MISA and EXEC. We're struggling to get independent power producers to this region because of the land limitations, because there has to be return on investment and a long lease is required, but there are still those unresolved issues in terms of how then do you lock a long lease. And hence you see that we're still the one Eastern Cape, but most of these renewable energy projects are in the Western region and the Central. The last one, which bendoyika ke kodwa ngizawuthetha ngayo, funding. So funding from the department, ningangiqheli ke, because bakhona abantu that are receiving le mali. Khona into etrendayo premier yaka Mazakol yesiqalo. So umama unosokuthi nayo uthethile. So isiqalo, let me start by isiqalo. Isiqalo is for young people. Wayithatha ke upremier yayo bapha office of the premier asikhalazi kodwa wasinceda because that was the brainchild of a fund dedicated to young entrepreneurs. So isiqalo iqala from anything to develop your concept. As the premier said, it's the office of the premier. Uyanga is the champion that is leading the team on isiqalo. We are seeing young people thriving across the sectors. Ayina limitation isiqalo. The services sectors ziyangena. And then we have local and regional economic development, LRED for short. We have local and regional economic development, sorry for that. It goes up to 3 million. So there are enterprises that have been awarded a local and regional and economic development fund. It's a grant. So government is giving this, of course, with conditions. The other important thing about the LRED, you can use the LRED. Remember, sometimes it's of equity or some guarantee. So you can use the LRED to be your own contribution. Nazi opportunities again. No so bantu bethetile in the aquaculture. There's also energy. All these sectors and the work that is happening in the 2 industrial parks, which is Vulindlela, is operational already. The other one is Imvaba. Imvaba is for co-ops. Imvaba Co-op Fund. It's the ECDC is for co-ops. Yona na yo 500,000, I think. Now we've got best practices. People can also testify on the Imvaba. We also have a IDC. So if we're talking national agencies, we've got AIDC, we've got to NEF, we've got to SIFA. I'm sure the department will talk about that, even those Ezotibanu, SITA, no SIFA. But also those that have got loans, you can also use the grant from government to have like that equity and scale in your funding. We also have, I wanna end by non-financial support, because we talk about funding, and if we don't have the capabilities to run the businesses, ukhona umama othethe access to markets. I think we furniture, that they have furniture, they manufacture, but they can't go beyond this. Namafama, abanye ngamaqanda, abanye zinkuku. So the importance of non-financial support is one, for example, ECDC will run exporter program. So I'm going back to the municipalities. I've got colleagues from the regional offices, MTHATHA. Those also, they can't reach everyone. But the local municipalities must help our people and our entrepreneurs and enterprises to access these. For example, umuntu ongena paper, ongena internet, as uGohakazi was saying, akazoyibona by ECDC as advertised na ku Instagram that kune program to have you as a trained on an export program, and you go and showcase the products in the continent across the world. So that is very important program, exporters program. We also have a collaboration with Productivity SA. Productivity SA entity yaka Department of Employment and Labor. So it helps you with efficiencies in your business and competencies. For example, we funded a factory toilet paper. Sometimes they don't have the production line or efficiencies. So Productivity SA helps you with that. They come to the factory or where you are manufacturing, they help you with efficiencies. The last one, I'm not going to talk about all of them. East London IDZ, which is our SCZ in East London, we are starting a program, incubation program for young designers in the ICT. So that is also another opportunity, because you can also go there, you help to design your your whatever system, and then you come and access funding on these for scale. These are important for this region. As we said, Eastern region is still underdeveloped, but there are opportunities, and I'm hoping, Mamusokutu, after this, also in those work streams, we're going to share as much information as possible so that you can be able to access these financial and non-financial services, and make sure that the local content is sourced from you here for the development of the seaboard. Thank you, sis.
Thanks, HOD. I do want to indicate that this is the first of a series of these information sharing sessions. We will continue to give further details as we move throughout the year. Now we are getting towards the end. Our semi-final speaker is Ms. Ramutla, who is responsible for compliance and sector transformation in the National Department of Human Settlements. Shall we warm her up? She's our last presenter today. 10 minutes.
Thank you. What's wrong now? Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to the host province, the leaders of the land, devotees indlu yokumkani, devotees ene kumkani kasi, Honorable Premier of the Eastern Cape Province, Honorable Ministers, MSCs, mayors, community stakeholders, our VVIPs for today, the women, the youth, the persons with disabilities, structures, distinguished guests, including our Nigerian youth cohort. All protocol observed. Minister of Human Settlements, the Honorable Mamoloku Kubai, has requested me to tender an apology. She would really have loved to be with us, but due to the meeting of the ministers and the MEC and the pressures around that, she has tendered an apology. She is a minister that is entrusted with the vision for the creation of sustainable human settlements. She's also emboldened with the mission for the improvement of household quality life. As you know, in South Africa, we have triple challenges of poverty, inequality, as well as unemployment, the youth being at a high risk of unemployment and being the high target. A few years ago, a program director, former Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Lindiwe Sisulu, launched the comprehensive plan for the creation of sustainable and integrated human settlements. This plan is embedded in the Human Settlements Housing Code, which is our policy blueprint. May I also pay due respect, Program Director, to our Premier, my political commissar who adopted me back then at the University of Fort Hare many years ago. May I also pay respect to Mayor Mabatu Ramahoshi, who is a special advisor to the minister here in our midst, as well as the DG of Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability, who is also my mentor. Why I'm raising that is that it's never too late to adopt a young woman, a young man, a girl child, a boy child, a young person struggling with disability, the disability at groups at large, women at large, because most of the business, successful business entrepreneurs, women in particular, youth and persons with disability, allude to their success to mentorship. So I want to promote even the young people that we identify as mentors. These days we call them mama influencers, so that you learn from the elders or the experience that have been there and that have been successful. Our acting CFO, who is female, has affirmed us in one of our meetings that our DG, who's male, Mr. Mbulelo Changani, is married to the 40%, and there's no way we cannot perform on the 40% set aside for designated groups. What we have done, we have mainstreamed the set aside in our annual plans, in our annual performance plans, our midterm midterm strategic framework plans, as well as in our policies. Today we have the gender guidelines for set aside, which is at 40% for women, 15% for youth, and 7% for disability. This set aside has been approved by the ministers and the MINMEC and the MECs at MINMEC. What we have also done, other than the budget focus, we focus a lot on skills development through all our entities. We've also focused on property practitioners. We've also focused on the technical skills for home builders in the sector. So young people, when you want to be a young home builder, we provide that training for free. We also want to produce a lot of young people in the real estate sector. Minister recently launched the Property Practitioners Act. I'm waiting for them to load my slide. And this act has a portion of the transformation fund. I can affirm that Honorable Minister and MECs, distinguished guests, as we are sitting here, we have achieved the 56% target on allocation of the human settlements budget to designated groups. Our biggest grant is the Human Settlements Development Grant. It's sitting at 13.4 billion. And the other grant is sitting at, the USDG grant is sitting at 7.4 billion. Why are we here? We are here because of a dream. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa shared this dream with us during his State of the Nation address. He said, I quote, "I have a dream. I dream of a South Africa where the first entirely new city built in the democratic era rises with skyscrapers, schools, universities, hospitals, and factories. This is a dream that we can share, and we can all participate in building this dream." This dream gave birth to this Eastern Cape, the Eastern Seaboard Development and the DDM model. We are also here because of our quest for a non-racial, non-sexist, progressive and democratic South Africa. I could also discern that the naming of the seaboard will be named after the 1956 women's struggle stalwart. I need water. Apology. This will be named after the 1956 women's struggle stalwart. Young people before you were born, the youth Lengapa. It is a historic march by Abu Mama Betu to the union buildings to request that their rights be met. Thank you. In the context of African Agenda 2063, thank you. In the context of building the Africa we want, there are valuable lessons in the form of indigenous knowledge, especially that we can learn from Africa. We have Egypt, the Mapungube, we have Zimbabwe, also Mona Matapa, we have Mali, Timbuktu. This Timbuktu was named after a wise woman named Tombotou. This was used, the ways that they have used was to promote harmonious development, local use of materials, open spaces for meetings, retaining the landscape, and eco-environmentally friendly designs, to name a few. Iphelile 5 minutes. Now, ndizothatha nge-opportunities, program director, ngicela ube patient kancane kum. I might not see the same audience again. Next slide, please. Okay, all right. Now, I was asked to look at issues of planning. What plans do we have for designated groups, in particular women, youth, and persons with disability, within the broader C-plan development? Skip the next slide. Oh, this is a very important slide, yes. We're looking at the multi-year housing and human settlements plan and also the National Housing and Human Settlements Development Plan. What are our priority areas is the upgrading of informal settlements. We heard Abu Mama raising concerns about development of informal settlements. We have set aside a budget for that. We have the integrated residential development program. It includes private housing, government housing, social housing, malls, access to amenities such as malls, schools, clinics. And then we have the rural housing development program, which our minister is very passionate about. She wants to bridge the urban divide, the rural and urban divide, and she wants to eradicate mud houses by 2024 in all provinces. And she's meeting with the MECs who will present plans to eradicate mud houses, especially in rural areas. She has also addressed the issues of farm worker housing within the rural development program. The HSDG, as well as the USDG, as I've mentioned earlier, it includes 20.8 billion, of which 56% combined has been given to women. The ISUPG, which is our informal settlements upgrading program, has set aside of 3 billion. It has also integrated the 40% set aside. The social housing consolidated capital grant, 40%. We've even achieved 41% of the IIG, as well as the 47.3% of the CCG. I want to encourage women to continue to knock at the SHRA. This grant is implemented by SHRA. One of the lessons we have learned for the success of this grant is the continuous workshops of SHRA. We have workshops on a monthly basis targeting women NGOs as NPOs who wants to register and get accreditation as social housing institution. It is a development grant which is way bigger than the child support grant. Whilst we appreciate it, we want to push and migrate more women and especially the youth to these development grants. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the structure around how we are going to work with the entities. You can just go back. I've mentioned before that the minister has launched recently launched the Estate Agency Affairs Board, which is now known as the Property Practitioner Regulatory Act. Akumukho mandi kuthetha unqamile ngoba uyapenika. Ngicela program director uthi khaba kancane ndikwazi ukuqeda le presentation. Yafunda kaloku nami isiXhosa. Okay, and the Housing Development Agency is our biggest catalytic developer. We built housing units within amenities from 5,000 to 25,000. Most provinces channel their development grants to the HDA. So we have included HDA in this group. The NHFC, particularly for designated groups, has set aside 724 million. Has set aside 724 million, particularly for women, youth, and disability-owned business entities. The National Home Builders Registration Council has spent a lot on technical skills development. We also have a women empowerment program in partnerships with GIBS. This program looks at how we can mentor women enterprises. The program is currently running, and I will encourage that you visit our websites and download the application forms for the next year, for the next intake, especially also with the property practitioners. We also take interns for real estate, and we place them with the agencies. So we'll encourage you to also visit our website and download the application forms. We have young people, the youth brigade, one learner one youth brigade program, one learner, one real estate program that we have been implementing for the last 10 years. And we have trained about 10,000 young people, and the sector contributes about 7.3 trillion. That was before COVID, and now after COVID is 5.6 trillion. Uzoyithola kanjani uhlele khoneni? I'm going to skip the other slides in terms of the designs. I just want to go to the last one of the partnerships that we are going to have. In fact, I can say it through verbally, we're going to have partnerships with the traditional authority, a very important stakeholder, as the Premier has alluded prior. We're also going to have partnership with community stakeholders. Our key stakeholder also is the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, in order to ensure that every plan for the seaboard includes persons with disabilities, includes women, includes also the young people. Malibongwe!
We are going to acknowledge her city, ndizawuthi mna Buwa Musadi and nanithi Buwa. Buwa Musadi? Buwa Musadi? Ubuwezi Musadi. Thanks a lot, Ms. Ramotla. What I like about her presentation is that she has referred us to websites where we can get this information. It's very rich. We just need to get to that website then. Then at this point in time, I know that I promised a second engagement session, and I'm going to give this one 5 minutes. It's going to be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. May I see by, okay. And this time around, if I've not seen your hand, I'm not going to give that. So here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Waba. This time around, you just say your name, 1 question per person. No intro, nothing. 1 question per person or 1 point per person. Over to you. It's 10 hands only.
Oh, Premier nesikhokelo sakhe sonke mina ndinguNomzame noGaga ndiphuma apha eOR kwi-co-op ethi uMzantsi mixed farming. Yi-co-op ke le ephaya ePort St John's eButhulo. Yi-co-op ke lena especial ngendlela ezimbini. Okokuqala yi-co-op ene-action. Umzekelo le co-op iqalwe nge-1st kaNovember 2021. Kodwa njengoba ndithetha njengoku kune-site inamantshontsho ine-incubators singakhange sikhe siyonkqonkqoza ndawo. Okwesibini,
uxolo ke ma'am, 1 question. What is your therefore about the co-op?
Okay. Uba ndibe lapha ke mina kukuhlaba umkhosi okanye imavulandlela kuba kuthiwe kuzabakho wonke umuntu wase-Eastern Cape kukuthi izibonda inkosi omasipala basincede ngokusidevelophisa kakhulu ke le co-op encompassa bonke zonke idolophu zase-Eastern Cape uqala eBhayi ukuya kuRhini eMakhanda eQonce eMonti eBizana eLusikisiki.
Enkosi ke Sinonzame sivile bakhona abantu bakwa Dr. Dad social development bayibambile sePort St John's sawudishana nayo through masipala. Second hand, 1 question. Nikusisi onejacket ekhaki.
Nkosi kakhulu program director inqanga nentsiba zayo ndinguzonke nayo ndiphuma apha eMnquma eMathole ke to say ndiphuma kumbutho ongubhinqo mfutshane. Ubhinqo mfutshane lona ubuza lo mbuzo uthi ingaba abantu bethu abatsha njengokuba begaxeleka kwiimeko ezinje besenza ngohlobo benza ngalo sesiphi na esi spinach nalo mngqusho nalo mphokoqo bawutyileyo. uthi ke lo mbuzo wethu ingaba lo mba we-drugs sithini nangawo sithini nangawo lo mba we-drugs sihambile singubhinqa omfutshane sazama ukuqonda uba singenza kanjani sifumanisa into yokokubana abantu abanokufumana uncedo kwinto ekuthiwa i-rehabilitation baku-13 to 18 asinqweneli rehabilitation per se sinqwenela inguquko mama uchapha lo mhlaba uthetha ngawo siyawunqwenela apho kuzaba khona ii-programs zaba bantu batsha zikhona ii-opportunities here kuthiwa sifuna abantu abatsha kuzawusebenza bani xa ngaba bekwezi meko bakuzo so isicelo sethu ngulo mhlaba nezo programs zingathi zibe khona for bona siyabulela thank you
Enkosi Sisonke. The two women, I saw two hands which you did not see. Iman colleagues, I saw the hands and we are going to be very strict. We do have, because I don't want to leave this, there were two women that are coming from KZN. 1 minute before we go to, I mean after you, Budwam, we are left with two hands, this hand and that one, and then we come back to Nina Caesar. Over to you, ke mama.
Enkosi kakhulu umhlali ngaphambili. Ndingumama uNomazulu Mthwa osuka eChristiani district, esuka eMalahleni local municipality. Ndisuka kumathanga emvelo recycling co-op. Ndizophakamisa apha kuRhulumente wethu sicela singaba mama ba recyclayo be waste into banabo mabakhe bathathelwe ingqalelo. Kukho aba mama basuka eNgcobo ukuyoma eMount Elif bahlele ecakwendlu nangoku bayanetha abana shelters asinandawo yokuthengisa le waste yethu sirhayela ukuncediswa ke pha eLady Frey yindawo ehlupheke ngokwenene engenabantu baphangelayo sirhalela singaba mama bakamathanga emvelo ukwenza i-buyback center kuke kuthengiswe kuthi sibheyilishe sithengise lo doti kuba singaba mama siyafundisa ngale waste sifuna nokuveza amathuba emisebenzi ikhe irecognizewe iwaste into bana ayiyo waste nje singavula amathuba emisebenzi
enkosi kakhulu mama khona udedethu bethethile ngayo utata ngokugqibela then we come to you ladies, you nominate one who's going to speak on you for 1 minute. Speak for you for 1 minute.
Enkosi Program Director, Clive Wonokonjo, Winnie Matikizela Mandela, Epizan. Program Director, Ben Paramela Njalendo ya Paya, Ulendao, Kwakutajwe kuyo imine, kwaba khona u-N2, kube sebakhona ke nomcimbi ekuthethwa ngawo nge-smart city. Siyacela ukuthi uRhulumente wephondo noRhulumente okazwelonke usukume uncedise kulando yabantu abavala uphuhliso kulandawo ingakumbi nje bakukhona abantu abababhalelayo nakwi-online publications ngolhlobo ke kwi-internet bethetha izinto ezingezizo ngalo lonke uphuhliso olucetywayo kuba i-smart city isokanye Eastern Seaboard Development ekuthethwa ngayo angeke yenzeke uba akuncediswana loluntu laseWinnie Madikizela Mandela ukujongana neziyangxaki ezenziwa phaya ngabantu ke esiloko sithetha ngabo ukuba bazenza umlomo wabantu balandawo abahlala phaya kulanda ekwamadiba ekakhulu
enkosi ke mfoka noconjo siyagqibelisa apha siyaphuma ibhasi kule ndawo ziyagoduka over to you bhuti sisi
enkosi program director ndiphakamela nje ukuthetha ngosisi lo othethe ngento ye-drugs ndifuna ukucela nathi uba singancediswa njani na ngoba umhlaba thina bese siwufumene siye kwi-traditional leaders we held various meetings with abantu bala community bavuma uba bayayibona le nto ingabanceda ngoku inkosi yiyo imani ingathi iyavuma iphinde ingavumi nomhlaba uba singancediswa umhlaba sowukhona nabantu abangasincedisa ukudevelopa wona sowukhona lo mhlaba so sicela ukubuza uba singenza njani ke ukuze sincediswe enkosi
okay xoliswa notata
yes
enkosi one from KZN 1 minute ziyaphuma ibhasa le ndawo ndifuna ukunilibazisa
Bingelela
Siyanibingelela igama lami uLoli Fakude usiphelele Xhakaza senza farming sisebenza kwi land enkulu kakhulu about 167 hectares of land senza fresh produce fresh crops sesihambe ibanga elikhulu kakhulu sikwi farming siqale kwi youth age sesikhulile nokho manje sibadala. We are here to encourage young people ukuba kuyenzeka kuyasebenzeka and right now sesiqale agro processing where sithatha farming from level endala siyifaka kwi levels ephezulu. Siyanxusa kakhulu uhulumeni wethu kulesi sifundazwe kakhulukazi njengoba sila ukuthi makafake isandla because indawo leye agriculture isa dominatewe yileli bali elimhlophe noma sikhona thina la sesiqonda kangcono indaba yokusebenza indaba yomhlaba but kusane red tapes because right now yona le ndaba ye agro processing kusena lento yokuthi sidinga at least a minimum of 500,000 rand ukuba accreditwe for ukuthi ube nayo leya gap certificate. So indaba ye food production isanenkinga elizweni lethu and angeke izilunge uma ngabe uhulumeni wethu hambela kude nathi abantu bakithi besamane benqonqoza njoba besizwa ukuthi bayangena ema departments but ama departments abathena down. Sifuna ukufaka umfutho ukuthi kuyasebenzeka agriculture is the future and njengoba nesibona sibahle nje siyaye emasimini siyajuluka sithini sinethwe zimvula but look at us we are beautiful we are blossoming because of agriculture and we are saying kuphondo la Eastern Cape ukuthi thina uhulumeni wethu kaZulu Natal amakhosi ethu asibambe ngesandla abuza ukuthi umhlaba ukhona yizani sizoqeqesha omama sizoqeqesha ulusha thina sihamba yonke indawo and siyafuna futhi ukusho ukuthi nala eEastern Cape because singomakhelwane singabahlobo sizonihambela futhi nani sithatha neproduce yenu siyiprocess sihambise ngaphandle because senze nama relations neChina ukuthi siqala indaba zeinkukhu sizoyithatha inkukhu zenu nani eEastern Cape identify yani umhlaba Program Director, through you for the last time, sesihambe saze safinyelela ekulungiseni even indaba ye canning. Sesiyakenisha ngoku sisalinde uhulumeni again ukuthi asikhuphele le amali yokwenza icanning because structure se canning sise Joburg kuphela elizweni lonke la South Africa. So nathi eKZN sidemandile leyo nto ukuthi sicela ibe khona abantu bethu baye kusuka la bahambe baye eGoli bayokwenza icanning. So it will be the first plant through us esizokwenza icanning.
Thank you.
Okugcina sesenza iwine. This lady is championing indaba ye wine usiphelele she's the first black owenza indaba ye wine. So siyabonga kakhulu siyacela uhulumeni wethu ukuthi ahambele eduze kwethu. Siyabonga.
Thank you.
Malibongwe. Kamalama khosikazi.
Malibongwe. One of the objectives of this Imbizo is networking. This time around the network is amongst us. Sibabonile. Then all the buses and kumbis from that site have left the station. We've got only one person here, and then we are moving to this end. Over to you, Putuam, 1 minute.
Manbulele Program Director. Igama lami ndingu-Ayanda wakwaNotshweleka. Ndisuka kwi-Wild Coast Business Chamber. Ndizocela sihlalo kokuqala into yoba maybe through i-office ezi presentation besenziwa apha kuyabonakala uba wonke umuntu uleqa ixesha ezinye zazo asizibonanga kanti ziyi-important njengala presentation yakwa-human settlement. Ndizocela ke sihlalo ukunyamezele nje kancinci because I think I'm having a serious input here. Secondly, kubuhlungu sihlalo because izitulo zethu zabantu abasikhokheleyo zithanda uba empty phaya. But ipoint yami yokuqala endifuna ukuyenza I just want to congratulate the government for identifying this smart city in this region. Number two, congratulate the province here to Nosandral by agreeing to our proposal R61 because as investors zizawungena through that road, the condition ibingavumi This commitment is I appreciate. Thirdly, we appreciate further this sitting. Yendo ba invite abantu abasha and nabantu aba disabled. Siyathembisa nathi baso support. Ndicela ukuvele lezi challenges beziveziwe apha but ngicela uku-add nje a few things.
Xolo kanti ke Mr. Notholeka ngembe kwenkulu kakhulu umntana sekhaya. Ndicela ungandigqitheli kwi-1 minute ngembeko enkulu.
All right, again, let me just give you recommendations, Gema. I'm not gonna go through your challenges. Thank you very much. Ndizocela ke kule nto ye-smart city, the challenges that we are foreseeing currently, the issue yase KZN and the Eastern Cape, siyacela i-province yethu uba mayiphakame because thina sikwi-flat foot. I-KZN inengonyama trust that deals with rural land, and most of the land that is identified there is in private hands. Siyayicela le nto yomhlaba mayiphakamelwe besicelile kupremier into yoba mayibuyiswe phaa ku-national because even if ufuna 1 hectare apha you must go through the national office. Last recommendation ezinye ndizozisubmitha phaa ku-Mr. Vimba because ixesha ke program director anisincedisi because sizohlala nje apha and we cannot have serious input. It's really a problem because Tina, we are here and we have spent time and money to give you information. And most of you are covered cost-wise and otherwise. I'm really unhappy, but let me give you the last recommendation, Chair.
Yes, Nkosi.
Kule nto ye-smart city, the last recommendation, ukuze singabi nazo ezi challenges sizi-experience leyo on your N2s and other ones. Siyacela Mr. Vimba ke kufocus kule nto ye-social facilitation and be extensive. Kufuneka siyi-understand uba sidila nabantu bakuthi abanye abayanga kakhulu esikolweni. And ezi nto ukuze bazi-understand, kufuneka senze extensive social facilitation. There's a lot of input nayo apha from our structure, but ngizoyiforwarda, but niyasipressa ngexesha. Thank you.
Masibulele kakhulu. Ndifuna nokukhumbuza into yoba as we started, we also asked people to make notes of their input so that they can come forward. I appreciate you, Mr. Notholeka, into yoba uzawus SMSela. I even want to ask you, Thandi, to go straight to Mr. Notholeka so that you can get that input. It will reach Mr. Vimba in a minute. Uthandi is coming over, Mr. Notholeka, and any other person, colleagues who would like to make an input written, Nanku Thandi, Nanku Mbu, they will be assisting us. The bus has left the station here. We are this side. We've got only 2 passengers this side, Kule Ale, and then 1 there. Ayi mangalo. But this identifies to 10. Over to you. So you hold the mic so that when the minute is over, siyayiboleka mic yethu.
Okay. No, Nkosi emhlali ngaphambili nguLucky Shusha from Imbizana. Ndiyazi lento athi CC dominate lapha, but let me first raise a disappointment ku Department of Social Development, who was one of the coordinating departments kule nto yokuza apha. Sifike ngo 1:45 apha. So imoto bokufama ziyolayisha abantu ngapha eMbizana zisuke apha eMthatha ngabo 7. Zileqa zolayisha eMbizana kondaba nkulu kuzo zonke izandawo. Sicela ukuyigqithisa ke lento ku Department of Social Development has failed us. Kuphinde kuthiwa abantu baseMbizana they are stubborn, they are collaborating with abelungu in terms of opposing whatever development that is happening on that side. Whereas it starts with consultations like into simple. Bokunani ukuthi ubhukhela umuntu osuke eBhisho umbhukhele eMthatha, waye ngambhukhele eMbizana. There are because BNPs and Bizan, it was just a consent, and whoever is responsible, let me tell you, Nobana has failed the people of those regions because Nagonda Bankula Bando, Bafige very late, Basogoma Tatiela, they came very late because of social development. So whoever was coordinating this, please, Honorable Premier, wherever you are, please consult that department to ensure that next time they don't repeat this because sifigetina sokopuliwe. So kwalo sivile sizenje apho kuzobutha unokuzobukela abantu mhlawumnye ukuzonke whatever into esingathi soyenza. So this is very sad and we are very angry from Matatiela. Basafika Matatiela, I think bafika ngokuba ave besesendleleni ngoku sigqithe equmbu babesaphuma Matatiela. So ifeyila ibenkulu kakhulu Department of Social Development. We are very sorry to say that. So xa ngizongena apha kule nto ine consent, I'm one of the young people, but honorable members that are here, hey, there is a challenge kule nto inokwenza ine red tape. There is a huge red tape. When you go there, you can, ungeva nakulento kuthiwa sisiqalo xa sowufika phaya ucelwa a lot of documents that you don't even have. Kuthiwe kufuna 5-year cash flow projections, kuthiwe kufuna ama-financial statements, kuthiwe kufuna all those things. Ngubani okhe weza wazoqeqesha abantu for ukwenza ezi zinto? Kuthiwa ezi zinto mazifumaneke phi? I-red tape is too much. Kuthiwe kujonga nento ze-issues zokuthi ungaba unamatyala nazange ukukweleta na awukweleti uzothina ungakweleti ungasebenzi wawuke wabamba itorho wenze ityala then usakwazi uzothina ungakweleti. So ke siyacela leni ne-red tape kwezi departments ikhe isuswe. Siyabulela kakhulu ngenxa yexesha emhlali ngaphambili, kodwa ke kona siyakhalaza kakhulu siyimbizana, siyakhalaza sezadula ukuba le mbizo ibingeyalapha eMthatha ibingeyiyo yethu. Siyabulela.
Masigqitheni, we are going to address that. There's provision that has been made for i-29 and 30th. I think maniqhawulele ngoku so that sibe bahle. For i-29 and 30th ka-April already i-announced apha into yoba the same Imbizo izabe ise-Alfred nzo siyixolisela ke zihambo. Masithatheni la elaqala 1 minute siyogqibelisa phaya.
Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili, igama lam ndingushuki Nonkonyana, ndisuka ku-business chamber yembizana, that is Winnie Madikizela Mandela Municipality. Sicela ukuncediswa kulento premier ye-electricity. Singono business abasaqalayo asikwazi kukhula ngenxa ka-Eskom, sisebenzela u-Eskom. Sifumanisa into okubana ezi businesses zethu zisezilalini. Njengoba sisezilalini nje xa sithi siyachecka ii-charges abasicharja zona sisezilalini zi-more than ii-charges ezicharjwe ebantwini abasedolophini. Siyacela into yoba khe sikhangele into yoba asinokhe senzele yona i-special tariff, because once ube ne-transformer ufuna ukusebenzisa ii-machines asikwazi ukuyenza loo nto, asimanage u-Eskom umbane uvala lonke ixesha. Siyacela khe senzelwe ne-fund esincedisayo kwicala lemibane sizokwazi ukukhula. Siyabelieve into yokubana siyayicreata i-employment ebantwini around our communities, but siyafeyila because asikwazi ukuya phambili. Imibane yethu isoloko ivaliwe. Thank you.
Enkosi Mazulu. Ndicela ke ngoku xa sisiya phaya, because we are left with only one side. Ndicela sikhe sime ngenyawo thina babini baphaya ndinibone. Babini. Thatha ke sisi.
Ndiyabulisa kakhulu program director. Igama lami ndinonqaba ifane ngijombela. Ndingwalapha eMhlontlo, ndikwi-youth in agriculture. Ndicela uxhasa ubhuti njengolutsha lalapha eMhlontlo. Kulento yoba zininzi izinto ezifunwayo pha for i-funding. Siyalima singabantu abatsha, kodwa kuvele kufuna 1 hectare upwards. What about abantu bangekafiki ku-1 hectare ukuya phezulu? That means bona babalwanga. And nezinto zifunwa zininzi zo business plan, business profile, business account. I mean sizithatha phi? Okokuqala ulutsha leli 70% lingaphangeliyo. So siyithatha phi imali yovula i-business account? 1. Imali yovula ikwenza i-business plan siyithatha phi? 2. Imali yokwenza i-business profile, because it's almost 1 point something ukwenza i-business plan or i-business profile. Ndicela ujaba futhi njenge-construction as a young person.
Xolo ma'am, sicela 1. Uthethe nge-youth development, gqibelisa nge-construction.
Cela ukugqibelisa.
Gqibelisa nge-construction.
Ndiyabulela.
Yes.
Kwi-construction siphakathi le dabi lonopolitiki ne-construction. Ndiyabulela umbhuti ukhona, xolo ukubiza ngegama, as a young person waseMhlontlo. Ndimbulela usesi ndimbonile as a young person. Ndicela nibhale phansi. Thina siyi-young people eMhlontlo asifumana umsebenzi kwa-construction. I-company yam was registered ngo-2017, still andikafumani next. So as a young people yaseMhlontlo asifumana umsebenzi. If you are not politically, you don't get a job. Ndiyabulela.
Siyabulela eMhlontlo. Taxi yokugqibela ke lezigcwele, over to you, ma'am.
Mandibulise, ndingunoma wethu Mshweshwe. Ndisuka iAlfred Nzo, eMatatiele. Kweza foothills eDrakensberg Mountains. Sekugqibeleni ye-Eastern Cape mhlambe ndingatsho. Mandibonge ku Premier. Uyibekile, I'm from the cooperative community. I-cooperatives ke azizo tenderpreneurs, but they are there for sustainable jobs for our communities. Now, si specialize phaya nge-manufacturing, nakwi-agriculture, nakwi-socio-economic, into ezi-social. Apha kwa-social siyasebenzisana nephondo, ne-district, no-local. Omamu Folskas, omamu Mdingazwe, omama pha udlokweni pha ezantsi. Ngaba bantwana bakwi-substance abuse, ebonakala iselizweni lonke. But we are saying therefore thina si Matatiele Secondary Co-op ku Premier kakhulukazi nomuntu wakwa social. Bayafuna usincedisa aba bantu endibabalileyo. We don't have shelter to accommodate abantwana bakwi-substance. We have partnered with sitters on skills. We are saying therefore that sicela umhlaba mninzi eMatatiele into yokuba kwakhiwe a skills rehabilitation center, not just i-rehab ezawuflashwe i-drugs for 21 days. Abantwana baphume baphinde bayoba board babuyele kulaa nto. Siyayicela Premier. And I want to say again, into yembizo iyasilimita. Silimita kakhulu. Siyayirhalela bibe khona i-session not eyembizo siyiMatatiele Secondary. Ke sidibane norhulumente kuzo zonke i-sector departments ezijongene ne-local economic development, also ne-social part of it. We are saying therefore that siyasebenzisana Premier no Dr. Da, siyasebenzisana no healthcare sitter, welfare sitter, siyasebenzisana no SOCDEV. Ngalo mazwi ndizocela into bandehle. Kodwa kunitse efuneka siku-erile. Nkosi.
Enkosi, ma'am. Singabhala sinikezele. Then we are taking the last Enatsika area. Dibala ke ngoku so that singahlupheki. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 minute. Umuntu oyi-1. Over to you, ma'am.
Enkosi mhlala ngaphambili. Luthethayo ngubusisiwe Nyangiwe, Provincial Treasurer ye-PBICT, Progressive Blacks in IT, Communications and Technology. I'm also a young woman in construction. Ndimela into ze-SMMEs. Ndicela u-government asi-protect sizi-SMMEs. Sine challenges when it comes to imisebenzi enikezwe main contractors. Because what they do, kuyokuthiwa nikazi 30% abantu, bonke baye bayenze. Umuntu akunikeze umsebenzi onemali encinci azosho yena akwazi ugaina. Athi sele kholile lo muntu yena aprotectwa ngu-GCC wena kubeke ngemva. Now sine problem, there's a project eqhubekayo ingangelizwe as we speak yesuwa where contractor wakhona ebeyinikezwe imali, I think about 3 invoices after i-Oratambo seyiqala ubhatala abantu. Kuyokathi mafuna ukuze ikwazi ubhatala abantu funeka uqale kuvalwe isite. Ayimandanga ke uba nithi nisi-SMMEs nifunda i-progress yale services ziswayo kufuneka baniqale ndivala isite kuqala in order for uba umain contractor niyenze imali that is due to i-SMMEs. Ndiyanicela ningu-government nikhe niqinise penalties when it comes to main contractors given i-projects ne-30% ye-SMMEs. Secondly, yekani uthatha i-30%, imali ye-30% suppose nikeze i-SMMEs niyi-channele via i-main contractor because bayaba-exploit abantwana babantu. Na into efuneka niyenzile kufuneka imali iphume from the client straight to the SMMEs 30%. If aniyilungisi loo nto leyo, then there's going to be a problem. Nizobane nisithi imisebenzi ayigqitywa because main contractors zenza le emve koqhukwenza loo nto ziphume zihambe ningazilandeleli. Sicela i-protection as SMMEs. There's another one yakwakurha i-project ngoku ye-abluation toilets enzeke enyandeni. Ikhona i-contractor phana ethathe imisebenzi we-SMMEs wanikeza i-foreigners ebemeunikeza abantu basenyandeni. Still nalapho uthe abantu beyokhalaza kwi-client, nothing that
indawo apho khona ukhalaza khona niqinise i-penalties. If it means that you take a certain portion of money from the main contractor xa yenze ngendlela engeyiyo qinisani ngaloo ndlela.
Enkosi mntasekhaya olandelayo.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambi. Okay. Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili nguzipho igama uXhego ndisuka phaya kwi-organization ekuthiwa ngumzila Wild Coast Solutions. Le organization yaqalwa zi-tour guides ngenxa yokokubana sibona indlela leqhubeka ngayo apha eWild Coast. There's a lot of exploitation because akukho ndlela or processes zokumonitorisha who is a tour guide and who is not. And a lot of times abantu abangabelungu ngabo aba-operatayo kwesi space. Ndine concern ke ne-issue ekhoyo apha eyenzekileyo. Ukhe wabiza u-ECPTA abantu uba mabazotrainwa ezi-tour guides because i-local guides because abantu balapha kule area ngabona abantu banalo ulwazi nezindawo kuhanjwa kuzo. Emveni koba betrainiwe abo bantu bekukulo nyaka kupheleyo ngoMatshi abakafumani izatifiketi zabo. Mr. CEO kwa ECPTA uyayasazi esi story. So ndicela apha ku-Department of Tourism sikhe silandelelwe ii-issues ezinjalo because tourism iyathanda ulibaleka ingakumbi ngoku kuthethwa ngale development izawuthatha iplace apha. Ngabelungu abona abantu babhenefithayo ngaphezu kwabantu abamnyama abazinzalelwane zase-Wild Coast.
Enkosi Sisiko.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Igama ngulubabalo Basana from Yard briefly. Ndifuna nje ubuza nje kumama lo kwa land reform ngeissue kaPhesi apha oRthamo mhlamba asinandawo yo redeem mina ntsiki voucher kaPhesi. We've been waiting a long time ukuthi zoba khona then ezindawo bezothenga kuzo alisakwazi ukusinika into basikwazi uredeem ivoucher zethu. So ndicela mhlamba bayikhalazise because bekuthiwa singayo redeem le KZN ikude kuthi lo ndawo leyo. So ndiyacela ukuba bayikhalazise lento babalungise le ndawo esishop bekufamba seredeem kuzo ivouchers kaPhesi. Enkosi.
Enkosi mntasekhaya. Siyangakhona. Over to you.
Manbulisa program director Kamalam Ngulali Kota from Mr. Mount. Ndisuka kwa Playtex. Playtex developer abantu abatsha in terms of computer literacy. Aphinde ancedise abantu abatsha for uku-applya xa be-applyela ku-tertiary institutions. Aphinde enze i-business proposals for abantu abatsha nabantu abangomama ayenzeke ne-monitoring and evaluation. Okay, eyam into ke endirhalela uba ingase ingenzeka because kule nto bafumanisa ubana there is less access to information. Ndirhalela into yobana uba basekhona abantu baphaya enyandeni okanye ke kuPremier asivulele indawo phaya kulaa ndawo yase-Mr. Man. We can identify with inkosi zethu phayana ilantuka indawo but sakhelwe ke ngoku i-information center apho ke ngoku abantu abatsha nabantu abesifazane abazofumana yonke into. Coming to smart city, I think I've done ilantuka i-mapping of the natural resources. Uyayikhumbula umama uChapha ngexesha ebesekwa rural development wade wayirhalela kakhulu la program yayizopilota ke Mnquma zange ipilothe ke. But ke doing ke ngoku the rough sketch of the verbal mapping ye-natural resources elantukeni on the way to Airport St. John's. We've got isabhunge under Inyande local municipality. We've esi-abuzwayo ngabantu abamhlophe nabantu bangaphandle. We've got ilitye phayana ele-abuzwayo. We've got i-medicinal plants emahlathini asenyandeni because sinamahlathi enyandeni aselantuke amahlathi esixhosa lawa ufumana yonke into kuwo ufumana amayeza ufumana the natural vegetation i-veg le ikwenza uba ube right ufumana phayana izinto ezininzi imizi yokwenza amakuko nezithebe ufumana phayana urhasi lokwenza ilantuka imitshayelo yonke into enyande. We are very rich when it comes to natural resources. You are having isanti phayana engakontrolwayo kwenke kula program yazi umama uChapha yayizawukontrolwa ngama-women ngabafazi benkosi andiyaba yaphelela phi na iya iseyiphithi uxolisile ukumkani ke ulantuka umama wekumkani wendlu yenkosi enyandeni We've got also a grass for roofing, payana udo, ilanduka, le ikiwayo inga ikhelwa ayikhelwa abantu abangomama langa leya ininzi pha kwezanda uzasenyandeni. We've got also ke ngoku we want to promote ke ngoku ukuze ibe right yonke le nto ye smart center, ye smart city ikulandukwe ku promote ke ngoku ukulanduka ukusebenza kwe monitoring and evaluation because kujula imali ingalandelelwa into abana le mali yenze ntoni. I thank you so much.
Enkosi mama. Yes, ndiyabona.
Enkosi star. Ndiyabulela sihlalo lo uthethayo ngu-Athayana Mdanyana osuka emaXesibeni. Ndicela uqale ndisekhonde utata phayana obethetha ngendaba ye-transport. I-presentation sifike seyiphelile so sayibamba apha eziba ixesha lihamba. Ndicela ukukhalaza kakhulu because ithi into masihambe sesikolweni siyofunda and then sibuye sizigraduates kuthiwe masivuke sizenzele. Okay, sivukile sazenzela ke ne-project ediqalileyo last year ANZ Greenfields eBizana siyalima. Kodwa uhulumente I think uyasifeyila kakhulu because akafikeleli kuthi so uyile uye ofisini uyocela izinto kodwa ungabikho response. Kukhona iprogram kaPesi ibiphumile kwa-agriculture umama ebethethe ngayo iphumile i-vouchers zikaPesi but kuthiwa masihambe sekwi-suppliers ezithile siyoredeema i-vouchers. Sifike kwi-suppliers khala ngoba urhulumente akazibhatalanga so bayayeka ukunceda amafama ama-redeem i-vouchers. Sathunyelwe KZN. Xa sifike KZN but KZN nabo bayayeka because urhulumente akabhatalanga Eastern Cape so ngoku balekele KZN. Sihleli ngoku nezo vouchers asazi ama sizithini kodwa siyazidinga. Kodwa apha kumiwe ngento yobana i-vouchers zikhutshiwe zikaPesi of which implementation yento ezithethwa apha ayenzeki ziyathethwa zini izinto apha kuthiwe i-funding zikhona PP because qalo kontoni but azifikelele ebantwini efama zifikelela kuzo asazi baziphelele apha kodwa ziyathethwa apha kwezi ndawo ezinje. Enkosi.
Enkosi sisi.
Ndicela ukubulisa igama lam ndingu-Olwethu Xubule ndisuka eMount Olive emaXesibeni. I am one of the people that are living with disabilities phaya eMount Olive. Ndingumntu omelele abantu aba-disabled most of the time. Well, ndicela uqala apha. eMount Olive sino-NYDA phaya u-NYDA waseMount Olive usentabeni endaweni ekungayina kuyo iiteksi. So siyacela kakhulu as disabled people of Mount Olive office of the Premier bangaba la office mayisuswe phaya because it is useless ngakuthi. Nabantu abanayo ne-information yokokubana la office i-accesseka kanjani aba ke ngokwabangenazo i-disabilities. NYDA and sekufikiwe kwa-NYDA uthi uyahamba uyofuna i-funding zininzi izinto ezifunwayo xa ufuna i-funding phaya side singayifumani i-funding sigquqa pha. As I am talking mna ndineminyaka ndimane ndisiya kufuneka umane uphinde kuthiwe kushota into ethile uphinde kushota into ethile ngale disability yakho eyi-1 if uhamba nge-wheelchair you can't go at all. The transparent ndicela futhi xa ngaba kuphume izinto ze-funding kube khona i-transparency kuzo. Asizazi ezi-funding siyaziva apha kuthi uba kukhona i-funding elolu hlobo noluhlobo noluhlobo but asizazi we are not aware but bakhona abantu abazifumanayo i-funding athi umntu hayi ndifandwe ngoba asiyazi noba lo mntu ebefikelele kanjani. So I think ikhona into ndifuna ukuthi yi-favoritism apha kwi-department uba umntu ufowunela lo mntu amaziyo bani iphumile i-funding elolu hlobo. Sicela i-transparency nakuxolo program director nento yokubana abantu abakhubazekileyo sicela niba recognize kwi-construction. Okokoko ndazalwa andikaze ndibona i-building ekuthiwa phaya emaXesibeni hayi le i-building yenziwe ngumntu o-disabled wayenza wayegqiba. Sicela i-recognition siba ngabantu be-disabilities office of the Premier. Enkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu ma'am. Then okugqibela gqi.
Dibulisa abantu abaphakathi. Nosmart Kamkhobo, diphuma kutsolo, Mhlonhlo municipality.
local. Singabantu abaqala ibusiness yokuqhashisa kwamantshontsho, kokuqhashisa amaqanda, sizama inkukhu, sizama isakhiwo ke. Besicela inkxaso ke kuRhulumente ba asincedise. Nkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu. Ndiyabulela kakhulu ngalomzuzu ke ndicimba masifumane impendulo kwimibuzo ekhoyo. Ndizawucela senze ngolhlobo ke for the answers. We are going to categorize the items. There are items that are going to be addressed by the Office of the Premier, the ones that pertain to Oscalo and other funding related matters in terms of NYDA and all that. And then there is the second category that I'm going to ask upon the head of department responsible for social development to reflect on those support to our young people that are abusing drugs, and also even the protected workshops that were asked Mzi. Then the third category, Mrs. Mama is going to come up on everything that talks about the red tapes on funding and the support to co-ops. And then the last person that we're going to ask humbly so will be Honorable Deputy Minister, just to make a closing, on particularly on areas, and then that will be it for today. Then if I may start while Mr. Machemba and Mrs. Mama are preparing to come up, I would like to first acknowledge and apologize for the transport logistics. We got it from Ubutlaki and the people that assisted him. And I want to reiterate that we will go back, Alfred, so on the 29th and 30th of April. And then secondly, on the presentations that have been made today, we are facilitating that they be shared with people that are here, and also we're also going to email them to municipalities' offices such that they can be accessed there for those that cannot access them via email. And then lastly, in terms of sharing information on youth development programs, we have a full program that is going to go across the province, whereby we'll be empowering young people on the programs that are there for youth development and also how to access funding there. We've got an SMME development program. And when we go to those districts, we'll be going with all these departments, or treasury, economic development, transport, and any other department that is responsible for economic development. Even Greenville, upper March, so upper February. So we'll continue that going forward. On that note, let me ask you, Mr. Machemba, followed by Mrs. Mama, on those two items, and then Sivale. Over to you, Kumalo.
Nkosi kakhulu mhlali beqesha inkqubo. Where we note the need raised by MTHATHA around the issue of skills development. Goba linene lona eliti, when you have taken a person through a rehabilitation process, then what? As social development, we would like to establish these skills development centers. But okwangoku mhlali ngaphambili sisenengxaki ye funding eshokoxekileyo. We are in constant engagement with the Department of Public Works. About Public Works, amane esikhangelela i-facilities esinotices sebenzisa. We have not yet reached a stage ke mhlali ngaphambili ngoku esinothi hayi ikhona into ebambekayo. Kodwa yona i-need siyayazi, not only for the area se-Alfredo, but nezinye i-areas, so that we can then establish these skills development. Because ngoku sinazo skills programs in what we call one-stop centers, ezikwi areas ezimbalwa, but not kwezi ekuthethwa ngazo kunakasana apha ze drug abuse program. Because
Okay, thanks, Mzi. Over to you, Mrs. Mama.
Thank you, Chair. So some of the questions, Chairperson, are for the municipalities. But I just want to say, we have contacted Mamunoma Zulu, Mtwawe waste pickers. So we're going to contact, we've got the contact details. Maybe ye funding and the red tape, we have come a long way. People that have benefited from this grant funding will know that the application forms were very long. So we try and streamline every year. Obviously, these are public funds, these are taxpayers' money. We also have to account. So we try and balance I think the bulky applications versus accounting for the funding, and we've got Auditor General on the other hand, so we try and balance this, and we have come a long way in reducing the red tape, but we take note of what is raised. I also take note of the concern or complaint raised around tour guides and the certificates, so I'll follow up with ECPTA. Yes, those were the ones directed to me, Chairperson, I think, or indirectly. I also take, I will share with HOD Public Works where there's construction and the SMMEs, so I've made note of that as well.
Okay, then the last one, okugqibela sesinyamezela sawunika umphathiswa asincede nje ngoPepsi. Sorry, ngoPepsi. Yes.
Thina ngathi awusayiclean nje mntama. Uyesula ngantoni lento mntama?
Niyekile iCovid ngo.
Yovela izithathele. Just fa nje mntana. Thank you so much. Enkosi. Lento kaPesi ndigqiba uthetha naye umuntu ophethe lo mcimbi. uDr Mwereng. Andizutsho kuba besithini kuba uphika ngelithi bebe bagqibile abantu bakaPesi. Nonke ke bantu balapha nixelele nabanye abanezi vouchers kuthiwa zi-expirile. Hayi kutsho abanikazi bazo. Into esiyitshoyo kaloku ngoku. Yani pha koomasipala beni. Deputy Mayor uyandithembisa ubuzoziprocess. Kuba ndonqena into yoba niphinde nizise phaa nithi aniphendulwa khona. Mazixoxwe zonke kwilokhali. Zithunyelwe phaa bangazilibali ID numbers. Kuba akukho voucher izolahleka. Kuthiwe ye ya expire. Uba ziye zangena phaa azisuka ku-DDM, District Development Model, nam ndawukwazi ukuzilandela from my office. Please bantu, abakhathazwe nguPesi, mayenziwe ngolu hlobo. Number 2, le nto yokuya eMbizana okanye eSouth Coast, kokuba ube ngunokontraka kanti awunguye. Kanti wena awuna office, awunakwa enye into uyot applyela itender. Cha. Kaloku kufuneka ube nebusiness. Urane ibusiness yokukontraka. So that siyakwazi bungunobusiness awuzi kuba kukho iadvert kuphela. Sikuncedise ungayi kulanto yehlula imali. Uvela ungabi nakwamali yoqala uye kweyaseseshini intoni bantu bakwamasipala. Leyo bimalam mbekuye yami ithenda enye inikwe yena wena. Ingqale kuwe. Isession kiyalimaza soze ukhule. Ndicela uba xa ungene kwi-construction noba nguronta wakho physical address nento zakho uzokweleta apha kuthi sikuncedise ungathi usochola ithenda ugijime kwabantu bamanye amazwe. It's a big mistake. Le nto ke ngoku kule nto ye-session kokwanto mayenziwe ipolicy ethi ndifuna ukuba nginokontraka ndina-office andinamali ndosebenzela aba bantu bamanye amazwe ndichola ihafu ndiyoyinika yena ndichola ihafu ndiyoyinika yena. Eyesibini ke yile ndifuna kuthi kuni masibe nayo into yokuba siwenze ngokwethu lo msebenzi no matter asikwazi kangakanani masingabaniki ke singurhulumente nje sibajule. Once umuntu abe ne-interest kwi-construction masibe nomthamo ndicela into yoba kuzanywe noba ngu-ECDC amagama aphucukileyo babe nendawo abalowunwa kuyo rather than to loan from foreigners. Sisebenzele ezinxiweni ze-foreigners ngayo le nto yoba zona zizezivela kumazwazo zinemali. Andiyazi ke enye into endingayiphendulanga ndiyiphendule kaPhesi uba imali zenu izobuya. Uyabona kumthiza nabanye omthiza zonke izitolo ezithengisa izidlo zakwa-agriculture zithe kanti ngomathengathengisa zona. Kaloku njengoba nisithi bahleli nee-vouchers yile nto uba bafike bayenyuse elaa xabiso lale nto 3 times. Ubhatala apho kule ndawo athenga kuyo yena azokwenza iprofiti kuwe ngokwenyusa elaa xabiso yena ebethenge ngalo. Yiyo ke le nto ufikisaka lo mbona selingu-600 kuthiwe ke mabayeke ngoba abangobantu bathengisa ukudla ngabantu abathenga bathengise izinto zakwa-agriculture. We have to say mabame xa bengengobona obhizinesi baloo nto. Umbuzo wenu ke ngoku mawuthi nawudibana nini nenze yenu into e-registered ezoba yiyo enemvume zokuthengisa ezinto zifunwa kukhutshwa kuPhesi. We cannot lie to ourselves and lie to government. Bonke aba bantu abana-license bahamba bayothenga kwabane-license babuye benyusa amaxabiso kuni. Please help us. Yile nto bendifuna singakhalazi. Sixoxa uba imeeting yoku-organizer nokwakha izi-structures ze-business iyoba nini. Singakhalazi ngoba sekuchithekile amanzi lapha. Enkosi.
Enkosi Mphathiswa.
Yile bantu bakarhulumente le policy masiyenzeni. Let's have a policy on how to manage the poor who want to go into construction. Omasipala masincede kule nto because ngole nto seyixhomeke kuba uba ndive kuthiwa kukho ithenda uzondinika kodwa uyandazi uba ndinayo into ethi ndinike. Nale ndlela uzukwazi ukuyivula kuba uzoba ndingena-engineers mna zokuya phaa kuyo. Masiyixozeni kakuhle le nto ilungele abantu bakuthi.
Enkosi kakhulu kuMphathiswa. Ngoku besithatha the very last item on the agenda. We have Director General wakwa-COGTA, Miss Williamson. Ndizawucela sibe quiet because she is going to address us through the Zoom link. She has been with us all along. Miss Williamson, DG COGTA National, Director General responsible for cooperative governance and national. Over to you, ma'am. Your 10 minutes starts now on reflection, particularly on way forward. Over to you, ma'am. So we requested the AV team, Mr. Conrad, I'll always call upon your name because that's you I can see. Can you link us with DG Williamson?
Is she listening? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon to the Minister.
Okay, then
I also want to...
as they are doing that, I would like to make a this announcement, which I am not going to
The traditional leaders that are also present.
repeat
and I also
after
just all
this
the ladies
session.
and gentlemen, and
Lunch
also
will be
guests that
served
have
in
come
this
from all
hall.
parts of the country to actually participate.
So let's remain where we are
Eastern,
seated.
Seaboard
That's where
Development
our lunch
Imbizo,
will be served.
that
I
is
want,
specifically focusing on mainstreaming women, youth, and people
Okay,
with
let's listen now. The DG is on the floor.
Today, for me, is really a significant day, and it also has been an eye-opener in the sense that we've had engagement, you know, that with all the wonderful, incredible women, youth, and people with disabilities, who through their challenges still continue to commit themselves and to also inspire each and every one of us.
Okay, let me save another minute. As they are connecting the DG, I would like to thank everybody for participating in this Imbizo discussion. And any glitches, any inconveniences, they are sincerely apologized for. And I request that as we move today, we spread the word about the Eastern Seaboard development and further indicate that there would be ongoing programs on this program. And I would like to, at this point in time, for everyone who is here to just do this to themselves. Can you just pat yourself for coming to this Imbizo? Pat yourself for staying until this time. Pat yourself for contributing, including you, DG. On that note, yes, DG, I would like to hand over to our Director General, Ms. Avril Williamson, to lead us to the closing and also to the way forward. Over to you, DG.
Okay, Bua Basadi, Bua.
Bua.
Okay, Ndiandiva, so I'm very happy about that. So I need to say good afternoon to the Minister, to the Premier, to the Directors General that are present, traditional leaders, and just to all the incredible women and to persons, you know, that are disabled, and also to the youth that have really engaged together today. But I believe also that they've not only had engagement, but also inspired each and every one of us as they've committed themselves through challenges to still ensure that they play a part in growing the economy. I want to just quickly say that the intention here was really for us to engage on the basis that we make certain that no one gets left behind when it comes to actually planning, collaborating, and implementing all the developmental projects within the Eastern Seaboard development. So if we accept that the most important natural resource in the area is our people, I think that continuing to nurture and advance each and every one of us in the room then becomes very important, because it will then have a significant impact on the economy in the area. Perhaps then just to say that the past 2 days have been a time for us to take the legacy on women economic empowerment, you know, a step forward, as we also then begin to address how it is that we work very differently, you know, with women and youth entrepreneurs, you know, building that bridge between the entrepreneurs and the private sector, and then just bringing together all the stakeholders, building the partnerships, and addressing specifically the issues around how it is that we all can form part of the mainstream when it comes to actual business within the area. So I also want to take the opportunity in my closing to thank our principals, the leadership, the officials, you know, from all the sectors of government, because I believe that this has really been a wonderful event. And what I take out of this specifically are some highlights where we all need to appreciate the voices that we've also heard. And I want to thank the voices around that we heard from film and creative sector, the renewable energy sector, fishing sector, oil and gas, construction, hospitality, mining. We also heard about hemp and cannabis, and also just academia who have also brought on board, you know, those practical skills into the communities. And just some highlights from some of the speakers, you know, that we walk away with, specifically around the digital transformation and sustainable solutions, which we believe must be embedded in the Eastern Seaboard, smart city development, and also just the whole responsive and development, but also if we want to
Yeah, I think it should be the network issue. Let us just give her a second and also alert her that we can't hear her. Okay, we are sorting that. We are going to use just the ear, that is the audio aspect of it, and cut the video so that we can relieve the bandwidth from the pressure. Maybe it's going to be better. Just 1 second. She's about to finish.
She got kicked out of Zoom on her end. She got kicked out of Zoom on her end. She's not in the Zoom room.
Where is the DJ?
She's got a 5 o'clock.
I think that's closed. Don't you think so?
Yeah, 5 o'clock flight. So she had to.
I'm saying that's closed.
Okay, thanks. I would like to finish off what the DG was about to say. She was about to finish off by emphasizing what we said at the beginning, that this session is the first of the number of sessions that are still going to follow. And these opportunities are going to be shared in the various platforms, and we're going to continue linking and liaising with the various structures of our designated groups. And she was also going to wish you well in the endeavors of investing in this Eastern Seaboard. And she was also going to wish you well and safe journeys back homes. And then on that note, I would like to declare Imbizo closed, and thank you a lot for participating at the Imbizo. And then I would like you to look at the program director, Betunan. What do you want to do about the program director? Okay, bon voyage, travel safely. Nyabulelwa. Okay, thanks, Sisi.
Wangipolunyu suku Jehova Usevele wakuphinda lokho Wangipha munyu mzuzu Usevele wakuphinda lokho Wangipolunyu suku Jehova usebele wakuphinda lokho wakhipha omunye umzuzu bekusaqeda ukubonga nje angenzele kona wavele wanginika okungaphezulu
Belin kisi akuma